Antigua and Barbuda. Good morning to the entire Caribbean. Good morning and good evening to wherever you are listening to the or viewing the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel. It's day 2 of the final round of the Cricket West Indies 4-day championship. We dub it, as you consider it to be, 3 finals. We started first with 8 teams, 7 rounds. We're looking for 1 champion. And the stage is set after day 1. There's been some exciting games around the region, and today we expect none better. So good morning to my colleague Joel Manning, who would have had a wonderful evening here in Antigua and Barbuda. I hope he went to the beach. Mali has already been to 366 beaches, but so far Joel Manning can't tell me how many beaches he has been to. Good morning, my colleague.
Good morning, Vernon. I did go to a word that starts with B. I went to bed. I had myself some chicken and sweet potato fries for dinner. Then I had a lovely rest. That's what I did yesterday.
You're not eating healthy at all. That's not a good sign.
Well, I had a healthy lunch. And I mean, the sweet potato and the fries, that's healthy enough for me there.
So, the West Indies Academy, they trail by 44 runs. It's Nelson on the scoreboard, 111 for 4. We say good morning to all the folks all around, starting here in Barbuda, in Montserrat, in Statia, and Guelos, St. Martin, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The partnership with Colin Boyne Tuckett and Aki Mogis is 40 from 56. What's the plan this morning, Joel?
From West Indies Academy perspective, it needs simply just to bat. In the case of looking at it, a case of batting this entire day, putting that pressure back onto Barbados Pride, resetting themselves and doing that. This is a chance for them to end well. This is a similar position, funny enough, to what they found themselves when they played here versus the Windward Islands. They bowled them out cheaply, had a chance to come out here and bat well. Didn't do that in their first innings. However, got a much better start in this first innings versus Barbados, and simply, like I said, just pile on that pressure. A lot of time left in this match. End the season well, ended on a high note. A couple guys getting 100.
First delivery by Cumberbatch. It's been down the leg side. And the second delivery drops in front of McCaskey. Third slip area. Ball dying on him. So this morning, the Barbados captain Craig Brathwaite, the slip cordon has sort of just moved up 2-3 steps up. But Shaquille Cumberbatch is a busy guy. Bustling medium pacer. You got to keep your eyes on him. Back and across is Colin Boyne Tuckett, who coming into this championship would have been the leading batsman for this West Indies Academy team. And just growing in confidence. His glove work has been excellent. But Ogis has been the man. This is an innings which could turn his entire career around. He batted beautifully overnight. Here is Tuckett coming forward and getting the first run. He's thinking about 2. Gets it quite easily. Misfield there from Jamal Warrican. Rarity. Can't be that the bounce, because the outfield here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, known as the Stanford Cricket Ground originally, is immaculate. Kadeem Phillip and his crew have done an excellent job. So the first runs of the morning goes to Colin Boyne Tuckett. He goes to 7 and the score goes up to 113 for 4. Shaquille Cumberbatch bustling away. Goes past the umpire. Turned down to the fine leg boundary for 4.
Yeah, just straying just a bit there in terms of that line for Cumberbatch on that occasion. Worked quite nicely off the hips, and that's actually a very strong area for Colin Boyne Tuckett. If you look back across the runs that he scored in this innings, if you look back across the runs that he scored in the last match when he got the half centuries, it was a case of just working that ball nicely off the hip, quite strong off the legs, especially when it's back of a length. Colin Boyne Tuckett,
Former West Indies under 19 player, graduate more or less coming out of this academy program. Tuckett leaves alone a wide delivery. No need for him to follow it. The son of Carl Tuckett, who played one ODI for the West Indies from the island of Nevis, following in the footsteps of so many players. 51 years ago, El Camino Willett became the first player from the Leeward Islands to have played Test cricket. Andrew Weeks was the first player, the first umpire from the Leewards to have umpired in Test cricket from St. Kitts. But it's back to cricket action. Cumberbatch to Boyne Tuckett is back and just tears it. Gets an easy single. So for some reason, Joel, Shaquille Cumberbatch continues to have some problems with no ball. Over completed. And the score goes up to 119 for 4.
Yeah, he bowled a couple no balls yesterday. Shaquille Cumberbatch coming from the media center end, at which we see Kevin Wickham marking out his run-up. And that's a very interesting move, if it is that he is to take the ball there at the start of day number 2. Of course.
You think this is a mind game Craig Bradford is playing?
I'm not sure if they maybe sent something in terms of the 2 medium pacers, Shaquille Cumberbatch and Kevin Wickham. Yes, they ended the day's play yesterday. Actually, no, Raymond Reefer would have bowled the final over the day, or was about to bowl the final over the day before play got called. But yeah, you probably told yourself that maybe it would have been Jerry McAllister. More than likely, you told yourself maybe Akeem Jordan as well would have taken the ball at the start of the morning. Those being your two premier fast bowlers.
I want to ask you, has Wickham been bowling medium pace in the series before? Because this will be my first outing seeing him for the season, so you'll be in a better position to answer that.
I think he's actually both spin and pace.
Okay, gotcha.
So far throughout the season.
But I think that they're going to have to be subconscious of him, because he understands he's coming out of that camp that he was part of. Tuckett driving up to Warwick on a cover. So good morning to Norman Puckering, Adrian Donovan, Milton Small, Henderson Springer. If anybody see Erskine King, please pass on my regards to him. Andrew Mason would be glued to his computer, his television as well. Wide delivery from Kevin Wickham. So there's a plan here, Joel. Tell me about it. It's a 6-3 field and he's bowling wide. He's trying to get Tuckett to. He knows that Tuckett likes to play shots, especially on the offside. Into the cover area, you want to nick him off. Back and across, defending nicely. Good compact defense up to just passes Wickham. So 4 dot deliveries so far by Kevin Wickham. No sun yet. Overcast conditions. And Wickham can produce the beauty. You just never know. Talented cricketer. Oh, that's what I was talking about. Where did that come from? Landed in the right area. Look at this, Joel.
I was just about to make the comment that I would have rather seen the ball in the hand of Akeem Jordan, given what you were mentioning, but that is actually a gem of delivery. Good lift on it. It was also spot on in terms of the line of that delivery. It was just in that area of uncertainty for Boyne Tuckett, whereby you just felt as if you might need to play at it.
Here is Tuckett just turning this into the onside. Over completed. The partnership extends to 49 from 69. So O'Geese has not faced anything yet for the morning. All 12 deliveries have been faced by Callum Boyne Tuckett. And the West Indies Academy, they won 20 for 4.
Yeah, just during that over, you mentioned the fact that, outside just slightly overcast, and because of that is why I maybe would have figured that you would have started with Akeem Jordan, because he is the one ball that gets that ball to move. When you look around the seamers, You look at Jeremy McAllister, you look at Raymond Reefer, you look at Shaquille Combat, even though Kevin Wickham bowling seam up. These guys not necessarily know much for their ability to swing the ball, more so maybe seam it off the surface. Might get onto you a little quicker than the likes of maybe an Akeem Jordan, but however, that swing factor, I would have wanted to know whether or not there was anything still left this morning for them.
Here goes Cumberbatch to Callum Boyne Tuckett. Gets a delivery which he just fends away. 50-run partnership comes up. 50 off 70 deliveries. And the score motors on to 121. Do I have that right? Yes, I do. So Callum Boyne Tuckett and Akeem Ogies. Ogies now facing his first delivery for the morning. The manual scoreboard is maybe just behind by 1. Ogies will have to start all over again. Cumberbatch to Ogies. Leading with his head on his shoulders. Very positive. Morning to Trevor Shillingford. Thomas Kentish in Dominica. Phoenix Thomas. The folks in St. Lucia will be also glued. Stephen Worm in Grenada. Back and across. Playing nicely. So the feet moving very early here from Ogies.
What I liked about his innings yesterday is the patience that he exhibited. And I look at the fact that he's got those 6 boundaries yesterday. At least 4 or 5 of those boundaries, he waited for them to overpitch. He waited for them to come right up to him and capitalized on it.
Down the onside. Once he gets width, he's going to look to score. He's going to look to punish them. His transfer of weight yesterday was also very important. The way he was leading with his head on his shoulders was an example of him really concentrating. And like I said at the start of his innings while I was on with Mali and yourself, is that this was going to be a make or break innings for him. He's been really patient. I just want to see youngsters put a price on your wicket. You just don't give your hit away, especially when you have to be feeling all day, Joel. You'll be feeling, and then you have to go back and feel again. You get a chance to bat, you sit down and you bat. Ball keeping low, but the feet moving very early, keeping it out. Well played by Ogies. So the score goes up to 121 for 4, 31 overs bowled. And this is in reply to the Barbados Pride score of 155 all out, 39.5 overs. Jonathan Jakes top scoring with 35. Wickham, 27. He now has the ball in his hand. And can he produce a special spell here to pick up 5 wickets to keep his team in the contest?
If he is able to pick up those wickets, it will be special indeed, given the fact, like I mentioned, at the start of the day, you didn't think the ball would be in the hand of Kevin Wickham. You tell yourself it would be a brilliant move from the think camp of the Barbados Pride, should he be able to penetrate. However, I still think that given the conditions, yes, the ball 30 odd overs old, Akeem Jordan not known necessarily to swing it much with the older ball. However, I was still wanting to see whether or not there was something there.
There is Tuckett looking for 2 there. Kasky recovering very, 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 very quickly. In the end, the Knight Tuckett at second run, so he got a single. It's going to be important for Wickham to bowl in the right areas. That's at a good length, just on or about outside the off stump to tuck it, and to the left-hander O'Geese is going to want to get the ball to be slanting across him. He knows O'Geese like to drive, so he's decided to come around the wicket now. O'Geese has been very solid in defense. Good leave by the young man. He's leading with his head and his shoulders. Very good composure so far. Here's O'Geese's first one for the morning. Squeezed away into the offside. And he gets his first run. So he's off and running here on day 2. Overcast conditions here at Coolidge. Thought it would have been a cooling time for the cricketers. No breeze at all. If any, very slight. 123 for 4. Callum Boyne Tuckett is on 15. He comes into strike. West Indies Academy trailing by some 32 runs. Here is a wide delivery down the leg side. Just helped around. And they get 2 runs quite easily. Cheyenne Brathwaite comes around.
Yeah, when you look at the wagon wheel of somebody like Carlin Boyne Tuckett, I made points a little earlier. Definitely strong off of those hips. If you're going to bowl in that area, just have to get a little shorter to get the ball up a bit more. Other than that, he's going to work your way just like that down the leg side. Strong area for him and collects a boundary.
Yeah, badly line delivery there from Kevin Wickham. It's got no pace. And there was a poorly line delivery. Just look at it there. Outside the line for Callum Boyne Tuckett. He just rolled the wrist onto it and just helped it. And his first boundary of the morning. 8 runs coming off of that Wickham's over. His 3 has now cost 13. And the score quickly shots up to 125 for 4. In fact, it should be 129 for 4. Our scoreboard ticker is not working with us at all fast enough as we would like. Tuckett goes to 21. Barbados searching for early wickets. None yet. Good hard length there by Shaquille Cumberbatch. Very much impressed so far, Joel, by the glove work of Richards. First time I'm seeing him.
Yeah, more than handy behind the stumps, Demario Richards.
And batted well too.
Yeah, quite a solid glovesman, you would say. The young man definitely has a bright future. Should he continue on the path that he's on at the moment.
I think it all goes well for Barbados and West Indies cricket. We have so many wicketkeepers coming through. We have young Joel Andrew, the West Indies under-19 keeper, who's really having a fantastic season so far with the bat. We have Callum Boyne Tuckett. Now you have Richards, who is in the conversation. We saw Benjamin from the Windward Islands. Eases this one onto the offside, gets a single. So rotation of strike is important here. And in any partnership, it's always you always look to rotate the strike.
His brother Demario Richards, who's currently playing with the CCC as well.
He's also a wicketkeeper as well too.
Yeah, would like to enter that wicketkeeper's conversation as well.
Who do you think is the better of the two?
I plead the fifth.
You can't plead the fifth, Joel. It's one or the other. Nobody's going to be vexed with you. That's your opinion. It's short and sweet about it. Listen, in this world, you're not offending anybody. You're just making sure that based on what you would have seen, if you think that Vernon Springer is not good, you say it, Joel. Vernon Springer is not good. That's it. Who cares about what you say? It's for Vernon Springer now to go back to the drawing board and prove you wrong. 130 for 4. One drive up to Raymond Reefer. Lovely sound of the back. Just needed to just turn the hips and just get it just a little straighter down the ground. Callum Boyne tuck it, get that toe pointing down. The on drive is a very hardest shot to play. Anyhow.
That prompts a change in the field now. One man comes from that slip region in the form of Akeem Jordan. He's going to plant himself at a short and mid wicket.
Back and across, solid in defense there with that back of the length delivery from Cumberbatch. Over comes to an end. 33 bowls so far. The West Indies Academy, who trail by 25. They're 130 for 4. Ogie 69. Callum Boyne Tuckett is on 21.
I know it's still early into the morning session. You just wonder how long Barbados Pride might persist with this plan of attack, utilizing Shakil Cumberbatch, utilizing Kevin Wickham, if they aren't able to pick up the early wicket. I certainly don't say that as any form of insult to either of the bowlers, because they are doing the job asked of them at the moment. They're keeping it tight. West Indies Academy haven't gotten away this morning, but at the same time, you just wonder what that additional pace factor might have done in the form of maybe a McAllister in terms of not getting to stride in the morning, having to reset, feet not moving, just that rush of the ball catching you in a awkward position. Or as I mentioned, the likelihood of made to field bat on ball. But then when you have two medium pacers who aren't necessarily rushing the batters, who are just putting it there or thereabouts on what is a good length, a good area, it gives you that chance to get into stride.
So one of the slips have been pulled out now and been more or less placed into a real short mid-wicket catching.
I see a couple of the guys moving their pads, which tells me that the rain is down here at Coolidge. So possibly another start-stop type of day here on day number 2.
Yeah. Which is really billing to be an exciting day. Could leave. Much better line over here so far from Kevin Wickham. I think maybe this was supposed to be the original plan when he was given the ball this morning. To just get the ball to dart around. Had a conversation with Craig Brathwaite. They made the adjustment. I don't know if he... Just look at it again. Let me see what he's working on. Good leave. So I think the ploy is to get Ogis. I would like to see him attacking the stumps when it comes to Ogis. Maybe come over the wicket to Ogis, because he's a slippery customer, Kevin Wickham. He's got so much talent. 130 for 4. Oh, that kept down. The good thing about it is that he was covering the line of his off stump. His feet was moving. That one was going away. He just said to Callum Boyne, tuck it. Be nice now for Wickham to just switch and go over. He started around to the left-hander. A Bowled again. So made over by Kevin Wickham. Well negotiated by O'Geese. The partnership is 59 from 92 deliveries, 130 for 4. Barbados sounding came out flat this morning, Joel. I don't know what you feel. Not the buzzly type that we would have heard yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, I could definitely agree, and hence we're just questioning the tactics at the moment.
Tuck it back and across and just working this into the square leg area and getting 2 runs quite easily.
The other interesting thing about it is that I see them persisting with that back of a length into the body of Carlin Boyne Tuckett. And if that was the plan for the morning, then once again I go back to why not consider the bowler with the additional pace factor as well in the form of McAllister. If that is how you're telling yourself you might be able to get Carlin Boyne Tuckett, but then probably just working one uppish towards one with that square leg region.
Cumberbatch has got some pace as well too. He tends to get the ball to climb occasionally. If he could maybe just land it into the right area. I support what you're saying, but I would have maybe had Cheyenne Brathwaite in maybe a short leg position if they're going to be bowling that line.
But not just that. When you say pace in terms of Shaquille Cumberbatch, you have to say pace with a common P. Whereas with McAllister, it's pace with a capital P in this instance. Because yes, he does slide onto you a little quicker. Shaquille Cumberbatch and occasionally can rush you, but in terms, especially at this level, when you think about that pace factor, I don't think it's pace that truly, will make a batsman doubt themselves or catch them in the wrong position too often.
But we've also seen here that if you try to bang the ball in short, it sort of sits up like a tennis ball style.
Yeah, definitely not looking for him to bang the ball in short. I think that for McAllister, it could be a case of that second and third spell that he bowled yesterday, where you saw a considerable effort to just get that ball a bit fuller. It contributed to him picking up a wicket as well, but similar lengths to at the moment to what Cumberbatch is bowling. And naturally, if he's not looking to bang it in, he will definitely also get just additional bounce factor just because of his height as well.
Here is Tuckett back and across, turning it into the mid-wicket area. Hakeem Jordan just shadowing the ball. Cheyenne Brathwaite working that one out. Partnership is 61 from 98, 132 for 4. West Indies Academy trailing by some 23 runs. It's going to be a busy day. Once again, in the back of us here at the VC Bird International Airport, as the groundsmen get into position. Tuckett technically back and across and keeping that one out. 2 runs off the over. And the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. A change of gloves for Carlin Boyne Tuckett. 132 for 4. No McAllister. No Hakeem Jordan. No Raymond Reefer.
I definitely would have expected to see Raymond Reefer at the start of the morning for the exact same reason as why I would not have expected to maybe see a Kevin Wickham or maybe see a Shaquille Cumberbatch. Similar in pace, similar in terms of the types of deliveries that they bowl, the areas that they'll hit.
I want to ask you a political question, Joel, and I know you don't like to answer political questions. But who you see as the future Barbados captain if Craig Brathwaite is on tour? Out of the present crop, who you think Barbados, what are they talking about? Who they're looking at in Barbados? And maybe your own thoughts? Beauty. Squared him up completely. That's well played. Well bowled too by Kevin Wickham. Because we have to start identifying potential leaders looking to go forward across the region. In the academy setup, you have someone like a Teddy Bishop, who might maybe have aspirations down the road.
That's actually a very interesting question. I'll be honest, it's not one that I've necessarily given a lot of thought to at the moment. So looking out there, if I am to speak with regards to who I reckon it might be, because I don't know who the Barbados setup is probably grooming at the moment. I've not been privy to those types of discussions, but I'm always going to look at somebody who is quite younger in age, so it tells me that I'm probably looking at likes of maybe a McCaskey. I'm looking at likes of maybe, I was going to say maybe a John Hendricks, but when I look at John Hendricks' age as well, and the stage of his career that he's at, still has quite a distance to go before he really cements himself, one, in the Barbados setup, and two, towards a captaincy type of position. So it tells me that by the time he gets to that stage, it might be long past the age of what they're looking at to be a captain. So it means they got to come, like I say, down to the maybe likes of maybe a Zach and McCaskey, down towards maybe the likes of maybe Kevin Wickham, or so, as somebody who they might be looking to as the future at some stage. Both of those guys still have quite some ways to go in their career as well. Kevin Wickham, in a conversation I had with him, because he was another player that I had one of the interviews with, and he talked about the fact that his first season, last season, you know, there were a lot of expectations heaped upon him, and he felt as if he almost crumbled under those expectations. He felt as if, you know, he's really come into himself a bit better this season, and still obviously some distance to go. So the thought of captaincy for somebody like him would just be triple that pressure. The end of that over, 132 for 4, but naturally, as I mentioned, you know, McCaskey and Wickham pop up as I look around the fields. I look at the sheet at the moment as two names that could potentially come up when you think about the future of Barbados cricket, and two players that I think will be around for some time as well. Two players who have already, I would say, placed their name on that sheet of 11, so to speak, unless something drastic happens between now and next season and the next 2 or 3 seasons, to be honest, in terms of their passion for the game and their form in the game as well. Zach and McCaskey might be tipped for it slightly ahead of maybe Wickham.
Ghana started first with a Kevlin Anderson, so you see where they were going. Cumberbatch is out of the attack. Raymond Reefer comes into the conversation. But I'll tell you something, Joel, as the conversation goes on while we're on this stint. I'll get back to that. Tuckett just turning this. Going to have to be very careful that he doesn't fall over. Keep that balance. I would have bit the bullet and I would have gone for Kevin Wickham very early. And the support systems around him, put those support systems in place. Barbados has got a rich history of former captains that can be able to help him, and the support staff is also key in moving a young player. And sometimes you would just have to bite the bullet and give him a long enough run, give him some responsibility, because although he is, as he indicated to you in his interview, that, you know, last year the expectations was high and this year he's moving into his own game, sometimes with responsibilities become real true leaders. And once you identify the pathway and you say, we are looking for you to be the next West Indies captain within the next 5 years, and we are going to put the support staff and systems in place to work with you. That would be my concept. And folks, so let me just make that unconditional. I'm not in the Barbados setup. I'm just giving my own view. I'm saying that if Barbados is looking to go forward after Craig Brathwaite, you have to start with a young person, with a young captain. Somebody who's going to be around for a good period of time. He's got a bright future ahead of him, to Kevin Wickham. Steered down to third man. And one thing about Callum Bowen Tuckett, he's always looking for two, not just one. Running the first run hard. He came back very quickly for that.
Yeah, just to continue on your point, I certainly don't mind the concept of maybe grooming him, but certainly, especially looking at the player that Wickham is and looking beyond that in terms of the personalities that make up Kevin Wickham as well. Grooming him for me, yes, but I don't think throwing him into the fire of things, so to speak, could potentially benefit him at this particular stage of his career. So, for example, if we go with the scenario that I was pushing in terms of a McCaskey and a Wickham type of scenario, it would be a case of McCaskey maybe assuming a little more of the responsibility and Wickham being almost the deputy. So it's almost as if Craig Brathwaite, and then you look at your grooming process and you say, okay, McCaskey, and you look towards Wickham and you're grooming up from there. But given, like I said, the type of personalities that he possesses, I still think he has a long way to go before shouldering the responsibility of not just his cricketing ability, but the cricketing abilities of those around him as well. And unfortunately, the rain has come down here at Coolidge.
So at 10:04, there's a rain break. Is it coming? Is it stopping? It's gonna playing cat and mouse game here. So we have a rain stoppage at the end of 37 overs, 134 for 4. Akeem Ogis is on 69. Callum Boyne Tuckett was really look impressive so far this morning. Here's the next not-out batsman, is the groundsman. Slide the covers across here on the Coolidge Cricket Ground, and the rain is coming from a very acute area here. It's on the southern side of us, just coming around there from the VC Bird International area, and it's moving around into the north area, just gliding around. And the last time it came from that side, it was curtains for us here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. We hope it won't be that today. So the news is that we have a rain break at 10:04. 10:04 here in Antigua and Barbuda, with the West Indies Academy 134 for 4. So on behalf of the entire team, Joel Manning, Marla Richards, Jason the Wiz, and our cameraman here at 360, we'll be back with you once the rain stops, because they're moving everything in place, even the bowlers run up. So we might be in for a long haul. Thank you very much for choosing and joining us here on the West Indies YouTube channel. Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. It's 11:41 in Antigua and Barbuda, and I'm alongside Joel Manning. The news is that the umpires will be taking an early lunch. Right after the early lunch, there will be an inspection of the area at 12:15. That will then determine what time play would start. The rain, it's a pretty unique situation in terms of the rain. We have seen rain fall from all angles, from the Param area, from the VC Bird International area, also from the northern side area. So this rain that just fell went all the way right around into the Param area, and it's going all the way back down into the southern area. So interesting times ahead, but I'm alongside my colleague Joel Manning. Windward Islands, not Windward Islands, but the West Indies Academy 134 for 4. What's happening in the other games? We have to give a roundup. Come on, my buddy.
Well, in terms of the other games, quite evenly poised at the moment. Ghana Harpy Eagles 185 for 5 in that game versus Combined Campus and Colleges, who posted 200 all out. Leeward Islands Hurricanes 300 all out, and Windward Islands Volcanoes in reply 75 for 2. And in that final game, which is Jamaica Scorpions taking on Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 334 for 7 in their first innings.
So, folks, you heard the roundup there from Joel Manning on 360 on Cricket West Indies YouTube channel. Early lunch here. We expected to give you an update anytime around about 12:15. Thanks very much for joining the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel. Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of Cricket West Indies. Well, when the first rain break came at 10:04, it has now prompted us that we will be restarting back at 12:35 here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground with the West Indies Academy 134 for 4. Some 69 overs remaining in the day's play. Barbados will be looking to dispatch or at least even bowl out the West Indies Academy, who trailed by some 21 runs. It's been a very positive start. Akeem Ogee 69 from 120 deliveries. Colin Bowen Tuckett 25 from 53. Today is also the ICC Men's T20 World Cup Trophy Tour, which will be continuing here in Antigua and Barbuda. Folks in Barbuda had an opportunity to be able to witness a special occasion. So too was the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium and also the Cedar Valley Golf Course. But it will be the turn of the nation of Antigua and Barbuda to turn out this afternoon at the Antigua Recreation Ground, the famous Antigua Recreation Ground that has produced so many outstanding sporting activities. But we're talking cricket. And if we're talking cricket, we're going to be talking to the man himself, Mally Richards. And Mally, Basil Morgan sent some greetings, and he says, you know, it was just so special that when you broke the Leeward Islands record that he was umpiring.
I do remember that. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to all the listeners, watchers in the region and around the globe. It's actually pretty good to have cricket back on here. As you said, that rain delay, pretty heavy downpour earlier. Considerable time lost out of this game, but as you said, Vernon, this will be an extended session, so tea will be at what, 3:10. 2.5 makes that what, 2 hours and 35 minutes or so.
Yeah. Sort of strange weather, Mally.
Very strange.
Started in the south, then it went around into the north, and just continued circling around Antigua and Barbuda until you came and you told me, well, you think it's gone.
Yeah, and it's just cleared up a little bit. It's still quite hazy in the horizon, in the background of the airport and at the Coolidge Cricket Ground here. But it's good to see Jair McAllister have ball in hand. He'll be taking up the attack from the media centre end.
You thought, were you strange this morning with what happened, starting with Wickham and Cumberbatch?
After this delivery, Akeem Oggies just picks up where he left off with a nice little clip. Was I surprised? A little bit. But based on what I saw from Kevin Wickham, he's definitely improved in the medium pace department as well. He produced, I think, a couple deliveries that really jumped. Maybe a bit of extra pace for him. That is, not saying he's express quick, but he got it through. Got a couple to really go through. Not sure what you made of it.
I just like the move because it gave him an opportunity, you know, to see a new skill set of a Kevin Wickham in action.
What I will say, though, in relation to that, Vern, as you said, a new skill set, especially in the bowling department. I'd love to see him look to master one of those, though.
Yeah.
We've already seen him bowl off, well, leg spin to begin with, bowls off spin as well. I've seen him bowl off spin considerably, especially in the last Super 50 tournament. He seemed to have gone away from the leg spinners. This one's been rushed, Colin Bowen Tuckett. Very lucky for him. Didn't carry to Captain Craig Brathwaite at mid-on. He was in the air for what seemed like an eternity.
And for the first time, Brathwaite normally is close there at mid-on. This time he was
just
back.
Seemed like he was hanging back.
Yes.
This partnership, what, 60, 63?
Maybe about 70, I think.
I think they would have come together when the score was on 71. 71 for 4.
A hard length being bowled again by McAllister.
64, actually.
64.
This partnership, very good partnership indeed.
I think this is going to be the most established partnership with Joshua Bishop and company to come after. There's no 9 young in this team. So it now means that these two will be the last two real recognized batsmen.
Very, very important partnership. But let's not forget Joshua Bishop. He's got first class 100 as well.
Yes, he does.
Got that in December versus the Ireland Emerging Academy here at the CCG.
So many of the players, Mally, we've seen got their starting landmarks. Kevin Anderson, Kirk McKenzie, Kevin Wickham. The list is
Josh Bishop.
Josh Bishop.
They would have come here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. I think he's done well to keep that one down. Shot, rising delivery from McAllister. So once again, he started mainly employing that shorter line, shorter length. I think yesterday when we saw him actually bowl as his best is when he consistently pitched the ball up or looked to hit a fuller length more often.
Trying to still work out the tactics that comes out of the dressing room and what they want him to do. And you were talking about how many wickets he had this season so far. He's not got 10 wickets yet.
I think it's 9.
9 wickets.
Including the one that he's taken here in this match. So he came into this match with 8 wickets.
As compared to his first season, it's just been a real different ball game. Late developer, but hard worker, somebody who looks like they want to learn. Just need to get the right mechanics behind him. And you made a point, Mali. Thought when he pitched the ball up, he just looked a dangerous bowler.
Yeah, a lot more dangerous than when he just consistently bangs it in. Especially on a pitch that at times isn't the most responsive to sharp pitch bowling.
They started with Raymond Reefer. He's really not been himself this season. Sort of up and down season for Raymond Reefer.
We were saying maybe just suffering a bit of a mental hangover.
Being dropped.
Yeah, we've seen it happen to quite a few players. It's not the first, it won't be the last. Maybe just finding themselves mentally at the crossroads. In terms of, well, I've just achieved higher international honors, be it Test or ODI. I've been dropped from the team maybe a couple of years past the age of 30, 32, 33.
He's 32 now.
Yeah, and you start thinking about things. You start thinking about the future, the present as well. Maybe just a bit of motivation goes as well. It's human.
Against the Leeward Islands, 3 and 17 batting, 2 for 19 bowling, 0 for 20. Against Trinidad and Tobago, 12 and 0. Against Guyana, 13 and 19, 1 for 42. So I think Mali has summarized it well. Maybe he had some injuries as well too, because he was talking to me about the
he did.
webbing. Yeah, so really not being able to express himself. Still moving around on the T20 circuit and playing some T20s. Might maybe revert to that sooner rather than later, knowing that the door is maybe closed on the Test arena.
He's a member of the Jamaica Tallowers, right?
Yes.
So that means he should be a member of the Antigua and Barbuda Falcons. So Antigua will be more than likely his home the next couple months or so.
If he's not released, because he maybe might be one of the players who might be released as well too.
It does depend. Very handy player in that format.
Yeah, he is.
Scored some very, very important runs.
I just thought, Mali, that when he came into the Test arena, really, batting at number 3 was it was almost like a situation where no one wanted to bat.
It's a big ask, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I don't think he did too badly, though.
No, he didn't. He got a half century in his own short summary. He did assert himself. But it's almost like a pressure situation, more or less. Oh, that's a beauty.
I think Raymond Reef is the type of player that actually has maximized his talent. He's gotten every ounce out of himself, and he's done that through hard work.
So partnership is 64 of 123 deliveries.
Now, when I say that, it's not to say he's not talented. Obviously, he's a very talented cricketer. But in comparison to a few others who maybe would have had a bit more talent, in my opinion, but maybe not quite the same work ethic. A different makeup to a player. As you said, he played 8 test matches and actually has 3 half centuries. Average of 22.
A high score of 62. At least he can claim that he's got 3 test wickets to go with that.
Yeah. He's raised his bat for the West Indies on a few occasions.
Yeah. But we would also have to say that he's one of the success stories from the West Indies professional setup, which would have started in 2014-2015. And I go back to that, Mali, to talk about the centuries in the first year, 2014-2015, under the new professional setup. You'd have had close to 26 centuries being scored. And we'll go down the list in terms of your comparison as to what we're talking about. 2015-2016, another 26. We come around, get a break.
Oh, that's been put down. Put down at gully. Looks like Zachary McCaskey in the gully position there.
Let's see that again.
Just flirting outside the off stump, Carlin Bowen took it. Bit tentative, that stroke.
Playing away from his body as well, too. He didn't really get back on a cross and look to pinch the ball. And simply because he's looking for the ball that is being banged in. That right foot has to go deep into the crease. And because he didn't go deep into the crease, that's why he was pushing at the delivery instead.
Yeah, he's normally judged, been a good judge of lying outside his off stump. It was a sharp catch to the left of McCaskey. He's played that shot very well, though, in this innings. Timed it sweetly. He's beat the man at fine leg. 4 more.
Anything out in that range, he's going to punch on it. And it really was a nothing delivery. He just needed to get back onto the ball.
Yeah, just got inside the line of that one. Just had to swivel, make contact.
Craig Brathwaite is not impressed with the effort there from... Trying to figure who is...
Looks like Jamel Workham.
Yeah. Skipper is not impressed, saying, come on, you can get across, you have to get that. It's a better line.
A lot better than length as well. A lot better length. I'm not saying you got to run in and bowl half volleys here. Just be a tad fuller.
So coming back to what I was talking about, Mali, so I started by saying 2014, 2015, there were 26 centuries, including 1 double century by Shai Hope, 211 in that period of time. For the Leeward Islands, I'm sure you remember the name Sherwin Peterson, St. Martin. He scored 100 in that era. Orlando Peters also scored 104 in the first year. Rakim Cornwall, 101 not out. And we look through that list, you would also see Narsingh Dinarayan, Vijay Singh, Jason Mohammed, Devon Smith, during that period of time. Shamar Brooks, and that was in the first year under the professional setup. Shane Dorish, Narsingh Dinarayan, Shiv Chandapal. Some big names there. Roston Chase, 120. Tyrone Theophile from the Windward Islands. He scored 2. Good afternoon to you, Tyrone. So 2014, 2015, Mali, 26 centuries. 2015, 2016, 26 centuries. And then we.
How many rounds were they playing in those
I
days?
think in those days you had. I'll come back to you, Mali.
Two rounds?
Yeah, it might have been, 2 rounds in the first instance. We'll come back to you. 2017, 2018, we would have had 35 centuries. The highest within the era. 2016, 2017, 21. 2022, we had 17. And then we'll move down the list there. 2023, we had 14. Yesterday, we were calling out some very interesting stats. With 1 round, 7 rounds so far, very high ratio of hundreds being scored.
Well, we know coming into this round of matches, there were 30 hundreds scored.
Yeah. But I just wanted to give you a breakdown in terms of the centuries per franchises over the period of time. And this was up to 2023. Up to 2023, there were a total of 184 centuries being scored by country. Or by franchise, you have the Barbados Pride with 38, Ghana Happy Eagles with 38. They'll take a break. Worked away into the onside. They're thinking about 2, and they get it quite easily. Jamaica 24, Leeward Islands 20, Trinidad and Tobago 30, and the Windward Islands 33. So then we can now begin to add from this season onto that total of tallies.
Well, as you say, the numbers almost back up the overall view. That this season in particular, you've seen an improvement in the batsmanship. That's been evident in the amount of hundreds scored. You've seen a number of half centuries as well, not just from top order batters, but from lower order and tail end batters, contributing overall. That to me bodes well for West Indies cricket. It's been a real Achilles heel.
A little bit of aggression there from Reefer.
Yeah, I like this from Raymond Reefer. Maybe just trying to get under the skin of Akeem Ogis. Ogis looking to, just starting to look to play a few strokes here.
Free himself up.
74 from 132. He's played beautifully. He's probably the best I've seen him play, especially in this format of the game.
This has been a make or break innings for him as well. Good positive call in. Cheyenne Brathwaite with a pickup, but he missed by a long shot.
5 runs coming from that Raymond Reefer over. 41 overs in the books. West Indies Academy inching closer. Just 12 runs away now. 144 for 4. In fact, just 10 runs away. McAllister around the wicket to Akeem Ogis. Didn't time that one. Maybe came off more the toe of the bat. Man at mid-wicket. Or at square leg almost. Was that Akeem Jordan? Yeah?
Yeah.
It's in the air for a second.
I think Akeem Ogis' dad is in the pavilion, Mali.
Is he?
Yes, in the white West Indies shirt there. You hear coming to our cameras, he says, bat all.
There's the inside edge on that one.
Yeah, big one.
2 sounds.
Big one as well, too.
So all of a sudden here, just in the last couple overs,
We've seen some activities.
yeah, in terms of just the West Indies Academy batter, just starting to get a bit fidgety. Maybe just loss of concentration slightly. Saw Colin Bowen Tuckett put down previous over. Sharp low catch at gully. Zachary McCaskey, the man in that position. It would have been a fantastic catch indeed. But at this level, no Jaya McAllister in particular. You would have just hoped that one would have stuck in that mitt. Need something to go his way here, Jaya McAllister.
He certainly does.
I think he just has to be a tad fuller even there. He's troubled Colin Bowen Tuckett whenever he's gone a bit fuller. Maybe the inside edge saving him on that previous delivery. Just there's a lot better from him. It's also very taxing physically to just consistently run in and whack the ball in halfway down. Takes a lot out of you.
Certainly does. I was just going through some stats, Mally, and looking at the professional setup in terms of centuries.
But you mentioned quickly the success stories. Who was the name you mentioned again?
I was concentrating on a Raymond Reefer.
Raymond Reefer.
Yeah.
So Justin Graves as well.
Yeah.
Another one of those.
And Kuma Bono.
Nkrumah Bonner.
Yeah. Even our own
Kyle Mays.
even Devon Thomas.
Devon Thomas as
I
well.
think when Devon Thomas went to the Jamaica team, when he
At
came
the
back to the
time
league
he
at the
did.
time,
Yep.
he was really on top of his game. In fact, I saw him, Mally, and Brandon King score. I'll tell you the year, Mally, when that happened. I mean, I think it was the first time we ran into a Hurricane Brandon King in St. Kitts, along with Devon Thomas. He made 194, Mally, and Devon Thomas made 114. This was 2016-2017 at Warner Park. First time I think I would have really seen a King in his, and they really, and you know the Leewards, those guys wanted to go at Devon, you know, for some particular reason. You know, once you start talking to Devon, you know what's going to be happening. But he really did make the Leewards pay. It was a big innings.
And even to a lesser extent, Ashmead Ned. He would have been a member of the Leeward Islands franchise a few years ago. Played that Super 50.
Assad footed in Mali from Ghana. He journeyed himself down as well to Jamaica. Had a couple of seasons.
Yeah, but he
out there as
wasn't
well.
that much of a success story for the West Indies, was he? That's what we're saying. He need to graduate to the West Indies for it to be a truly success story.
Did he play
He would have played before.
before he went to Jamaica? I think he played a couple of tests, you know.
Yeah, he did play a couple of tests, but he would have played a couple of tests when the guys would have striked, wouldn't they? He would have been in a second
In that second string team.
reserve team, almost. But why I mention Ashmead Ned, because as a younger bowler, and we know the competition in the Guyana setup as well. Even that year in the Leewards would have kept his name at least relevant in the West Indian cricket circles.
And even when I said we moved on and didn't pick him back, I thought it was a harsh at the time.
At the time.
He performed for the Leeward Islands.
He did. He bowled very well.
In the Super 50.
Yeah, he's obviously improved a hell of a lot. Not
well, I
only
think he's
his
I think
bowling,
he's the
but
mo-
his fitness.
I think he's the most improved one of the most improved cricketers, if you ask me right now. Especially in the era of his fitness as well.
To be fair, you're right. There should be. That's another thing. I think you need to give a most improved award every season.
In maybe each franchise as well.
Yeah, each franchise
Yeah,
and
so
overall.
And overall. So you sort of drive that process, really. And as you know, Joel like to talk about tick the boxes in the aspects of the era.
I think Colin Bowen Tuckett as well. He'll have a shout
Of course, certainly he will.
based on his performances this season, especially with the bat.
The next level now for the franchise, Mali, would be how do we manipulate and how do we, when you have all these young players, respective players going back to the franchises, how do they fit into the system? of being given an opportunity to consistently play in the franchise? That is going to be the big question.
This is something they've done very well. They've run aggressively between the wickets.
Yeah. And the reason why I said that to you, you know, every time Ashmin Ned name conversation comes up, it's always going to be, you're going to still have Murty, Permal, company. So it means that he will sooner rather than later just end up on a bench. Had it not been for the West Indies Academy, they might have been maybe not even Ashmin Ned.
As he said, it's all about coaching and management at that level. That's why it's so key that these territories pick the best coaches available to work with these players. It's all about gaining the information, having tailor-made plans, sessions, programs for individual players as well. Not a one-size-fits-all. I think man management is key as well, especially with these young players.
And what you want out of the players as well.
A good, healthy balance of work and recovery and relaxation.
Yeah, not the same routine where almost on off days of practice everybody's practicing. You know, everybody's bowling. You know. He's out caught.
Told you they were getting a bit fidgety, weren't they?
Yes, lost his concentration. Didn't stay over that ball, and the first shot that he's hit in the air, he holds out to Cumberbatch at short mid-wicket. Akeem Ogise's innings comes to an end. Just as Mali was saying, he was just getting itchy. He had to restart and start all over again, and that's what happens in terms of the break and the rain. Comes back for a well-played innings, 76 from 136 deliveries. He'll feel very, very, very disappointed because the stage was set for him to get a good 100.
Yeah, it was. His maiden first-class 100 was just calling his name there, Akeem Ogise. You can see he's dejected as he walks off. He goes for 76, a very well-played 76. Best innings in this young man's career so far at this level.
And now the mind games are going to start with Joshua Bishop coming out.
Yeah, and that partnership of 76 ended by Akeem Jordan. Replacing Raymond Reefer from the CIU road end, and he strikes.
Something else I would like to see happening, Mali, not only in the academy system, but the educational component added to the franchises, because there's life after cricket. And with the Leeward Islands Hurricane franchise now moving to Antigua and Barbuda, the use of the University of the West Indies Five Island campus, how do you get the players in tune to that? And it could be many areas. I'm not saying that everybody's going to turn out to study a PhD or whatever, but there are certain facets, be it umpiring, be it scoring, be it whatever.
Be it sports management.
You know, I think we have to start really now preparing, especially players who are in the franchise system, really preparing them for the next life after cricket. Don't think we have done an excellent job in the Caribbean by looking after the players even at the test level or the first class level. I think this is also a collaboration now with the West Indies Players Association and Cricket West Indies to be able to figure out now how do we forge that partnership. So when you come into a franchise system, if you're going to be there for 2-3 years, this is what is going to be on offer.
And also, it's not like 30 years ago per se. We are living in the information age. Lots of these guys taking a lot of information on the daily, on their phones, tablets, computers.
There we go. Talk me through here, Mali. Barbados now looking to try and prize out the West Indies Academy, who's trailed by some 8 runs.
Yeah, Tuckett's been a little uncomfortable to McAllister here since the resumption. You see a short leg quite deep. Well, position 2 pitches away. It's McCaskey with the helmet on there. just hope that this doesn't signal that McAllister is going to go back to that predominantly short pitch bowling.
That's why I asked you to describe it, Manny, because that was the lineup that I was seeing once you have the man out there. Sure, that's what they're going to be looking to tempt Tuckett, especially Joshua Bishop, who's just coming as well, too. Played beautifully past mid-on. Bradford is after it. Bishop was caught napping there. He wasn't looking to come back for 2.
Yeah, he's got to recognize who he's running with, Callum Boyd. And Tuckett's like a whippet between the
sticks.
The sticks here, between the stumps. Good communication as well.
And it's important to turn over the strike as well. Because I think the reason why they're going to go this way, Mali, is based on what happened in the last game when Joshua Bishop played against the Windward Islands. And he was shut up by Shamar Springer.
Took on the short ball, didn't he?
Yes.
It's a good leave, that.
Yeah. Got his feet moving this time around.
Really covered the off stump.
Yeah.
Ended up well outside the off stump. In the end, very watchful stuff from Tuckett. So that wicket of Oggies has probably just spurred his mind back into concentration mode.
He has to. He has to be switched on. He knows how important this partnership is. Played.
It's a lot better.
Yeah, got on top of it. As compared to the one that was dropped by McCaskey, where he was using, his hands were there. He got back and across, and on top of it, got close enough to the ball so he can see it.
A lot more assured, wasn't he, on that last delivery?
We're in a big number 10.
Well, if you want to compare it to some of the numbers we saw in that recently concluded Rising Stars Under 15 Championships.
999.
Not big at all. 999, as you said, the biggest number I've ever seen.
Ever seen.
I think on a cricket field.
Young guy from Trinidad and Tobago.
Mm.
Wonder if I can find my stats with his name. I was just looking through. Darrell Cyrus, he wears number 10 for the Windward Island Volcanoes.
He's having a good season, isn't he?
Yeah.
Darrell Cyrus.
Rustin Chase also wears number 10 for the Barbados Pride.
Picked up 10 for in his last match. Oh, that's
he's dead. Dead.
Stone dead. Caught on the crease. Joshua Bishop. Absolutely no doubt.
Looking for the short ball there, Mali.
Yeah, he was. Camped on the crease.
Looking for the short ball. Just look at him. He was neither forward nor back. Missed it. Stay down.
Almost looked like he hit him on the back leg as well.
Yeah, because he was in position.
So McAllister, this fuller length of his is reaping rewards. He's picked up his second. Had a catch go down earlier. But the dangerous Joshua Bishop, he goes.
I'm talking about the big number. Raid Ali Khan. Yeah. And he 219 for 9. That's Ghana?
So Guyana here, almost.
Game thrown open.
Yeah, the championship has been thrown wide open. Guyana would have been hoping to pick up maximum batting points here.
To get batting points there.
Yeah.
That's a game on there.
And it's 219 for 9 at this stage in reply to the combined campuses and colleges 200 all out. It's Isaiah Thorne on not out. Tevin Imlach 51 from 100 deliveries, so he's still fighting, playing a lone hand for his team at the moment.
Might be thinking about trying to see if he can get under that plane to England. He went to Australia.
Well, he's come back and he's had a very, very productive season, hasn't he?
So he certainly put in his hand up for a claim. I want to say good evening, good afternoon to Mr. Ravi at War at Sports Zone, the E4 brand. Good afternoon, Ravi. Thanks again for your contribution to West Indies cricket, world cricket. Norman Puckering, he would be glued to his radio, television. Oh yes, Mali, I forgot yesterday. Let me make sure I don't want to get myself into trouble. Henderson Springer sent his greetings for you.
Yeah, good afternoon to the great man down there in Barbados.
Very, very great man. Slap that into the mid-wicket boundary for 4. He was looking for that, Mali.
Yeah, he was. He was almost camped on the back foot early on that one. Callum Bowen took it. So as we were saying, that wicket probably has just spurred him into a bit of form here. Maybe just lost a bit of concentration after the rain delay. But he's looking good here again now into, what's he on, 38?
Another number 10 figure would have been Imran Khan for the Trinidad and Tobago team. He's been around for a long time as well too.
That's a solid, solid block there.
Yeah, that's like a statement. Saying not today, maybe tomorrow. So we were just going through some of the number 10 jerseys that have been worn in the tournament. Remember, on a day like today, you got to be able to still try to make sure you get your water intake. Or you can try maybe walking for 30 minutes. Walk down to the Antigua Recreation Ground and witness the ICC World Trophy Tour, which starts at 4 p.m. this afternoon. Tuckett driving. Can stay over that one. There's a different sound coming from his bat, Mali.
Yeah, at the moment. He's got a very good bat there. Looks like a Grey Nichols. English Willow. Or it could just be stickers, who knows, but it's making a good sound, good middle. He's put it to good use this season.
Certainly has. Came in here with over 300 runs. Short ball gets under it. Good leave.
Yeah, his shot selection's been very good. Callum Bowen Tuckett, as he said, came in with 302 runs to be exact. So he'd be on 340 runs for the season so far.
Guyana's been bowled out, Mali. 223. Guyana bowled out for 223. So, wow. This is going to go right down to the wire, Mali.
It is, it is.
Things are heating up. So a big effort from the combined campuses and colleges. The youngster on debut got 8 wickets.
Oh, this if he, oh, he just needed to pick up and hit McAllister.
Sometimes you need that sort of luck, Mali.
Yeah, probably just took his eye off the ball at the last second.
But everybody was shouting.
Have a look at this. First time we've seen this indecision, miscommunication between runners in this match between the West Indies Academy.
Yeah.
Almost cost them, but McAllister couldn't gather.
Yeah, there was a lot of noise. Just needed to focus on one thing.
Yeah, Ashmead
the ball
could have been dismissed without actually facing the delivery. How disappointed would he have been if that was the case?
Yeah. You're now having a communication. 154 for 6.
So Guyana, after looking like if they were cruising to at least 4 batting points here, end up with how many? 0 batting points.
0 batting points. So the game is now thrown wide open.
Wide open. So as far as in terms of how it looks here, you know, Guyana at this stage will have 88.2 points.
Yeah, with Callum Bowen Tuckett just rolling the wrists on that delivery.
Having picked up the 1 bowling point from the CCC first innings. End of the over though.
Windward Islands, sorry, Mark.
Actually, the West Indies Academy lead by 2 runs here. So they're now ahead by 2. Score is 155 for 6 after 45.
Windward Islands in trouble, Mali. 103 for 6.
So at the moment, things looking like if they're playing into the hands of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Daniel Durham 5 for 10.
Wow, what a performance. What a timely performance from the young man.
With no Raheem Cornwall. Casey Catty, skipper of this game. Jeremiah Louis 1 for 23 from his 6, now notching up to 30 wickets in the season. O'Shane Thomas not for 37, Justin Graves not for 22, and Colin Archibald not for 8. No Hayden Walsh yet in that attack.
Yeah, Jason. Avinash Mahabir Singh, 17.2 overs, 2 maidens, 7 for 51 on debut. It's actually 8 now. Wow, 8 for 51.
From Trinidad and Tobago.
On debut.
So
What a performance, special performance from him.
And so another fine coming up there. Oh, that had some pace. As you would say, that had some gas on it.
Yeah, you'd expect that, having just picked up that wicket, Jaya McAllister.
Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 419 for 8. Really, as you would say, sunning the Jamaica Scorpions at Sabina Park. Joshua De Silva 106, Terrence Hines 79 not out. With Anderson Phillip to come. So finally, the West Indies wicketkeeper batsman, Trinidad and Tobago captain gets 100.
Susie saying the Windward Islands 104 for 6, struggling in reply to the Leeward Islands Hurricanes 300 all out of 82.5 overs.
You always suspect, Mali, the Windward Islands batting performance after they started well. Only 2 players scoring 100, Sonny Lambris and Kevin Hodge.
So just the 0.2 bowling points for the Leeward Islands
So far.
So far.
$155 for 6.
So as it stands at the moment, Windward Islands will have 92 points, having picked up the 2 bowling points, taking 6 wickets, fast bowling wickets in the Leeward Islands first innings. Barbados 88.4 points, or maybe is that 0.6 added that McAllister would have just picked up that 84.8 actually overall as it stands now.
Bowl. Good Yorker delivery, well played by Colin Boyne-Tuckett. He's really seen this ball here.
As we said, Guyana picked up the 1 bowling point, so they would have 88.2, no batting points in their first innings. And at the moment, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes 91.6 points, so just 0.4 points behind the Windward Islands. It's going to come down to tiny, tiny margins here, Vern. What a fantastic finish on the cards.
You see, you're talking about man management, Mali, and having the right person around to be able to identify and look into the rules. A lot of these franchises at the end of the tournament will look back, Mali, based on how they were dismissed.
And rule certain decisions.
Yes.
When they've been made,
especially
who's been, the choice of bowlers at what time. Yep.
Talking even about the batting too. You know, understanding the scoreboard. Sometimes you're wrong, Mali. A lot of players don't understand how to read the scoreboard and what's on it.
A lot better here today, though, from Jaya McAllister.
Yeah, certainly would have maybe heard you during your commentary, man, but maybe just pitching up the ball.
Yeah, he's got to give himself a chance. He takes so many dismissals out of play when he just consistently bangs the ball in shot. You take the LBW out, you take bowled out more often than not, unless it's a chop on.
But it's the tactics that is being set by the backroom staff that is asking him to bowl that line.
It's a lot better. That's the length. And if he can bowl there consistently and then mix it up with his short ball.
As a surprise delivery.
Yeah, I think he'll be onto something. End of that over. Another good one from McAllister. Just 1 run coming from it. The West Indies Academy lead by 4. They are 157 for 6.
I think he's going to take a break, Mali. He's coming off maybe to get maybe his boots repaired or something. He's taking a break.
Looks like he's going to be replaced by is it Javid Leacock. Yeah. Leg spinner.
Yeah, he's been highly touted.
I like him. I've always liked him. Every time he gets an opportunity, tends to perform for Barbados.
Especially from the youth level up.
He's been played more consistently in the limited overs format.
Sort of remind me of a long time George Linton.
I don't know that name.
Yeah, he would have come to in some time with the Winston Reeds and company. Did George pass on? Somebody will have to nudge me and tell me that. Here's Callum Bowen Tuckett just helping this one around.
In fact, it was Ned. His first.
Sorry, yes,
no,
Ned.
His second run.
Oh, a class shot there from Ned. So he has improved himself too. Carlin looking for his 4th half century. He's 40 from 86. Just to let you know that the Cricket West Indies Under 19 Championship will be coming up in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, June 30th to July 31st, 2024. And this weekend coming up, the Leeward Islands will be having a 3-day Under 19 intense tournament. Kind of very much concerned about 3 days in a trot. They're playing 50 over cricket. Ned again, ball watching. Tuckett looking to come back for the second. Ned like he's already made his mind up for one.
I'm glad you actually mentioned that, Vernon, because I think now we're on here. It's a good time to just remember that these kids are the future. And some of the conditions we're putting these kids through, I think it's incumbent on the Leeward Islands Cricket Association, the Antigua Cricket Association as well, to just do better. You know what I mean? I think this tournament has been all rushed. Guys have been notified late. The conditions some of the guys are going to be going into, playing on the same day, traveling. That's not the ideal conditions, for, especially for youth cricket. The next generation of West Indian talent. We need to manage these young guys a lot better, in my opinion.
And I also feel that we got to pay a lot more attention to youth cricket, Mali. I had the privilege of going to the Cricket West Indies Under 15 Championship. And, you know, we just giving guys just trophies. You know, we got to go beyond that. There's a young man called DeMarco Wiggins. He scored 200s. Didn't even get a cricket bat to come back to Barbados.
And how many days of training would this Antigua Under 19 team would have had? Not many. Maybe 48 hours the most. And it's not good enough.
Out of what, 19 persons?
Yeah, it's not good enough. You know, everyone's playing cricket. A lot of these guys selected would have been playing club cricket around the country, but need to bring these guys together, bring them in intense training, and teach them to see the best, to get the best out of them as well,
and to teach them the game.
Teach them the game.
Teach them the game.
We're trying to accelerate the development. That's not the way to do it. Anyone that goes there and performs, they'll be doing it in spite of, not because of.
Talking about the West Indies Under 19 Championship, like I said, coming up it's going to be held in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And it's going to be June 30th to July 31st. It's going to be in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And then we also have the Girls Under 19 Championship, which will be in Trinidad and Tobago by Jason, June 30th to July 14th. That's another scenario again, Mali. The girls, the women, female cricket in the region.
Ashmead Ned had given up the goals. This is going to be buzzers, as they say. Extras, overthrows. What's it going to be? 5 runs in the end. So the wheels just falling off slightly here for Barbados. Another run-out opportunity. Just needed a direct hit.
Yeah, wasn't to be. Sometimes you just need that luck. Lyman on his back there was Ned as well too. He's got to be backing up.
To be fair, that was a poor decision from Callum Bowen Tuckett. Hit the ball directly to the fielder and set off. And Ashmead Ned just had to respond to the call in the end. We know he's probably not the quickest in between the wickets.
Under 17 tournament. This is what I was talking about to you, Mali. So the under 17 now is going to be held now from August 11th to September 3rd, after the under 19 tournament.
Yeah,
in Trinidad and Tobago.
we'd like to see, I don't know, we were speaking about this. You'd probably like to see the under 15s being played,
Under 17.
then the under 17s,
Then you're going to
then
your
the
under,
under 19s.
Then you're going to your under 19.
Because there'd be a few players who definitely from the under 15 level will be pushing for selection in the under 17 teams as well. Then also there'll be a carryover from the under 17 tournament in terms of there'll be players who would be able to represent teams at the under 19 level. So something for Cricket West Indies to think about.
Seriously. Raymond Reefer is switched now from the CIA Road end to the media center end. Tuckett. Ken. Another run-out opportunity. Missed again.
Yeah, poor decisions from Colin Bower Tuckett. Has he not recognized who he's running with? He's just hitting the ball directly to the fielder and setting off. And Ashmead Ned, you can tell, he's not happy with his partner at the moment.
So tell him no. Don't run.
Doesn't want to leave him stranded halfway down. So he's almost sacrificing himself, right? Because Bowen Tuckett's the set batter. He's on 46, approaching another half century this season.
As you always call, Maddie, communication.
Yeah.
No, I'm not interested.
If that was me.
No, look, no, Mali. I think he's reacting also late to Mali because he's not getting out of his crease, and maybe that's why he's looking like that. He's got to understand he's running with Colombo and Tuckett. I'm not saying to be reckless, but he's got to back up.
And just as much, Colombo and Tuckett has to recognize he's running with Ashmead Ned.
Ashmead Ned.
So we need, it's 50,
he's not a Joshua Bishop.
Exactly. He's not running with Akeem O'Geese.
Also returned, Mali, the Sir Garfield Sobers International Schools Cricket Tournament, June 30th to July 15th in Barbados. We got schools from all over the world will be participating. South Africa, England, New Zealand, the West Indies, Trinidad and Tobago. They send a high proportion of schools as well.
Yeah, as Vernon was saying, the Garfield Sobers International Schools Cricket Tournament. All of a sudden, not sure what's happening. All of a sudden, he's running, probably not with his quickest partner in this West Indies Academy lineup, and he's choosing to take these sharp singles. Seems like he's really worried in terms of shepherding the strike, looking to face most of these deliveries. Just needs to relax here, trust his partner. Just 6 wickets down. It's just one away now from his third half century of the season. As we said, it's been a breakthrough season for the young wicketkeeper batsman. And he's nicked off. He's nicked off, so he falls just one shot. That naughty shot again outside the off stump. We saw him drop that gully playing the exact same stroke, Colin Bowen Tuckett. Have a look at this, Joe. Naughty little stroke outside off stump. Nothing stroke, almost giving catching practice to the fielder. So Raymond Reefer picks up his first wicket. Colin Bowen Tuckett, he'll have to go very disappointed indeed. Falling one shot, he played very well indeed, especially in that partnership with Akeem O'Geese. But he goes for 49. The West Indies Academy lose their 7th wicket. 169 for 7 the score. And we're back after drinks. Had a commentary change. I'm joined now by Joel Manning. Hakeem Jordan to resume the attack from the CIU road end. West Indies Academy lead by 16 runs at the moment. Just the 3 wickets in hand. Starts beating the outside edge. The set batters, Hakeem Ogis and Carlin Bowen Tuckett, depart. In terms of the context, overall context of the game, Barbados will be happy to see the back of them. We'll be looking to bowl them out for as little as possible now.
Yeah, definitely, especially if somebody's giving them news of what's happening around the region as well, because things have just opened up even wider in terms of possibilities. Teams not collecting batting points.
Oh, he's nicked off. Hell of a delivery, that shape. Just looking to hit the top of off. Thin edge through to the wicket keeper. So 8 down now. Things developing quite rapidly all around the region, actually.
Yeah, you just wonder what would have happened had Barbados probably been listening to the commentary this morning at 9:35 when I questioned with regards to the use of Shakil Kamabach and the use of Kevin Wickham at the start of the day, and said, well, hey, why not give it to your two front line seamers in the form of Hakeem Jordan, who, yes, will still probably be able to get that ball to shape away nicely or get it to shape in nicely to the right-handed batters. How about Jerry McAllister with that additional pace factor? And you saw what they were able to do once they were introduced into the attack.
Yeah, and not only that, but Jaya McAllister, he's really adjusted his length, hasn't he? Started predominantly bowling short deliveries, consistently banging the ball in halfway down. But towards the back end of yesterday and here today, just consistently pitched the ball that bit fuller, posed problems. We know Hakeem Jordan, he tends to bowl that fuller length more often than not. Very skillful bowler. If there's any movement to be exploited, he's the type that will get this ball to just move around, be it off the pitch or through the air. That one got removed net, just angled in, touched down, held his line, took the outside edge. And McKenny Clark, the new batter.
Finds the top edge, but also finds the boundary as well. Yeah, no hope for Richards behind there with that one. A little late onto it was McKenny Clark, but that one gets him off the mark.
Risky. Risky indeed, but as he said, he's off the mark. And every run now at a premium for both these teams. Barbados pushing for a win here. Once again, there was a runner opportunity, but the fielder looks like Cumberbatch not being able to gather. We've seen that a few times here in a very good outfield. So fielders probably just taking their eye off the ball at the last second. Still got a fair way to go in this session, Joe. 135 T at 310. Extended session of play. Oh, and that's a big nick. Oh, put down. Almost looked like that one. He was hunting a 5 for Hakeem Jordan. That one
Looked like it had stuck in the webbing for a second. Let's have a look. Almost. Just came out. So chance goes a begging. Richards putting that one down behind the stumps.
Yeah, he just needed that one to stick. Did Richards. Got his hand up, got his hand there. And just popped out of the webbing. Yeah, it would have been a statement piece there for Akeem Jordan. Picking up 5, especially on the back of what we mentioned was not necessarily the most productive season for him. Would have been his first 5-wicket haul of the season. Akeem Jordan.
That one almost looked like he was slightly wrong-footed for wicket-keeper Richards. Had to go back to his right in the end. That one didn't stick. Griefer to continue. And you're right, it's been a tough season for Akeem Jordan. You can tell it's still smarting. The fact that that chance went to ground.
Driven uppishly, but driven well. And also driven to the boundary. So 2 boundaries now from McKenny Clark.
Both aerial. This one a much better stroke. Held the pose through that extra cover region. Made a good sound off the bat. So I expect the West Indies Academy batters here to look to be aggressive. Seems like that's the way they're going to go about it here. Barbados just slightly a bit more defensive, pushing the man back onto the point boundary. Also mid-wicket takes a few steps back as well. Not quite on the boundary. Almost half and half.
Oh, that was nice from McKenny Clark. They shot up a top order batter that occasion.
That's one of the shots of the innings so far. Look at that one. Just jumped into line there. Timed sweetly off the back foot. High top elbow. Very good timing from McKenny Clark. So he's showing he's got a bit of batting ability as well. We know what Johan Lane can do. Very, very explosive indeed. He's going to look to give it licks. Use those long levers of his. It's a good comeback delivery. Well played. Just tuck the bat in between the pads. Johan Lane, he's also got a half century to his name at the first class level. Came up in the 2 matches ago versus the CCC. So that would have been round 5. End of that reef over. Academy lead by 29. 182 for 8.
Just pulled up a couple quick numbers there, Mali. And I know at the beginning of this round, I was talking about, how important batting points will be for sides, and the fact that only one team has been able to get those batting points in terms of the top 4 that we're considering for the title.
In this round so far, yeah.
Yeah, how crucial just getting to that 300 mark is for the Leewards. That gives them that additional 3 points. So utilizing what will be the batting points and bowling points, so you're not considering fast bowling points at all. If things should continue as they are at the moment in terms of Windwards being 127 for 6, naturally I might tell myself, okay, might fall below that 250, so I attributed 3 bowling points to Leewards as well. So based on that, it would mean that Leewards would finish out this first inning section here at 90.6. Guyana will be at 90.2, and Barbados will be at 90.6 as well, given that they didn't collect any batting points. Uppish, but able to get a single. And then the Windwards still out front would be on 93. So then you tell yourself, okay, Leewards in a better position. Do they pile on runs and get a victory? Okay, we say, okay, give them 12. We give Guyana 12 and we give Barbados. This is just based on, you know, yeah. It means that we still end up on a nice little tie there.
We do.
And then all of a sudden it comes down to those fast bowling points, those 0.2s. It's going to get interesting, Mali. It's going to get interesting.
A 0.2 might decide it.
But should Windwards then win, then that just takes everything out of the equation. Give them the cup.
Yep. Because they would have beaten
that 12
title chasing team.
Yeah, that 12 will be all important for the Windward Islands. I just love the fact that, you know, let me not say love. I'm just enjoying that it is going to come down to day 3 and day 4 of this championship, and not often do we get that. We had it last season between 2 sides, being Guyana and the Windwards. This time around we have it between 4 sides, going down to the last day, fighting for points. Oh, you've got to love it.
You do. Fantastic end, a fantastic climax to this 4-day championships. Every day crucial, every session, as you can tell, the teams will be keeping an eye as well on proceedings around the region. Fans. So heightened interest in this West Indies 4-day championship. A lot of engagement on the West Indies YouTube channel. Keep it coming. This one's been hammered high, hard, handsome. 6 runs. Long levers from Johan Lane. We told you he can be quite explosive. This one wasn't quite a half volley. He played on the up, but just used that reach of his.
Yeah, you can pretty much tell yourself he made up his mind from very early, Johan Lane. Anything remotely close to me, I am going to take on. Another battle of the egos.
And that's something we've seen from him. He doesn't care who's bowling, regardless of the situation of the match as well. He spoke about that half century that he scored against the CCC. 63 from 43 deliveries, 5 4s and 5 6s. And with what we've seen from him with the ball already in just his short, very young career, very, very, very exciting prospect for me as well.
No, he really is a very exciting prospect. And at some stage, you do expect that he would graduate out of the academy, begin to play in maybe the Barbados franchise, or given that it's a professional setup in some of the franchise around the region. You certainly just do expect that he will grow from strength to strength. He has, at this stage, what's required to be a very promising fast bowler.
Especially with the natural attributes on show. Obviously, it'll take a bit of work, but with that height, the fact that you've seen him improve that run up, his action as well has improved. He's a lot stronger, still has a little bit of filling out to do. At this stage now, just needs to work out his best mode of picking up wickets consistently. Maybe just gets a bit too greedy at times, looking to bowl magic deliveries. But that's because he knows he's got the potential to bowl fantastic wicket-taking deliveries. So it's a bit of a balance for the young man.
Here he is with the bat, looking to make an impact. The lead is 38.
Another spell of action from the Big Mac, Jerry McAllister.
Looking to knock over the tail here. So they've gone to their most aggressive bowler.
It's such a blessing and a curse to be carrying that additional pace factor. You know, sometimes they say the quicker it comes, the quicker it goes. But then also you just have that ability to catch batters unawares, to get them into awkward situations, uncomfortable positions. Have batters sitting back, ability to bowl full and just run through them. Wow! Well, there's a man there, but the sound off the bat was amazing on that one. I wouldn't want to be that short leg, I can tell you that.
So there's a few times in this match so far where a batter's played a stroke and it's actually caused us to really take stock of what would have just happened.
He slapped that one. He slapped it.
He really slapped it. Made a fantastic sound, as you said. You think back to that cut shot that Cheyenne Brathwaite would have played as well in that first innings. Real noteworthy cricket shots. That's what we're saying. That's the talent that Johan Lean possesses. Coming in at number 9 here in this innings. We've seen him at 10 as well. He's definitely got a bit of batting ability. Good recognition of a single from him there as well. Just calling through McKenny Clark. And when you actually think about it though, in terms of maybe why Barbados would have used or chosen the bowlers that they would have here today. We haven't seen Jamel Warwick. And we know points or extra points aren't on offer for spinners in this tournament. In terms of the wicket taking. This one's been hit into that vacant mid-on, wide mid-on region. The fielder from mid-wicket comes around, does the fielding. Wasn't out the middle of the bat, but 2 runs nonetheless. And I wonder if that's the reason why they've probably just held back a Jamel Warwick. And obviously it's been more fast bowling conditions.
I certainly think just hunting for those additional points is prime at the front of their mind, given especially what I mentioned in terms of how close it is at the moment.
Yep. Every point to a matter in this situation. This time, thick outside edge.
If you come down to day 4, an hour left and you're still hunting for maybe 2, 3, you might then say, okay, well, Warwick, can I absolutely need you because 12 points trumps 0.2 with the possibility of, you know, my fast bowler taking it, but at this stage, a lot of time left in the game. Western Academy not miles ahead of Barbados Pride. Just throw that ball to your fast bowler and say, guys, I need you here. I trust you here. Do this for me. And I still wonder, you know, how different it could have been under what would have been better conditions as well this morning had they gone to their frontline bowlers to start the day. Conditions were favorable. Would have had a fantastic light burst and they had a long rest after the rain break. Granted, you can't gauge for rain in a cricket match, but still, you just wonder what the situation could have been. Instead of coming back out looking for 5 wickets, looking for 4 wickets, could have come out just looking for 1 maybe.
I think a slight adjustment that the Cricket West Indies can make to the bonus point system. This one's going to be a sharp single. Picks up
Would have been close. That beats the fielder. He was hearing around from slip to do the backing up. In fact, Cumberbatch has to move from that point position on the boundary. We were saying, in terms of the bonus point system, fast bowling points on show 0.2 points for every fast bowling wicket. But in a game of cricket, you do want everyone to feel like they're contributing. So I think, yes, you do prioritize fast bowling because you're looking to produce fast bowlers. But at the same time, you probably award 0.1 of a point to the spinners for every wicket. So in a situation like this, they're just not completely out of the game. There's still an option to be used. Even though the maximum's 0.2 for the fast bowlers. My Lord, have his mercy. Bat speed on show. What a shot that was. I don't even know where the ball went. I lost sight of that one. I just know it made a fantastic sound.
That one has disturbed the bird nest somewhere. I can guarantee that.
All of a sudden, McKenny Clark and Johan Lane taking a liking to these Barbadian fast bowlers here.
McKenny Clark will tell you this is what he got from being in the CPL. This is what he got from being in that ILT20.
Yes.
These types of shots, this type of confidence.
A lot of range hitting in the nets.
You know, half volley simply won't do it here is what he's telling you, Akeem Jordan.
Basically telling him, you're going to have to bowl short, mate. Because anything in my half, I'm going hard. Goes shorter. It's well played. Stayed. Fielder at on the point boundary comes round, does the fielding. So these two is posing a bit of a problem for the Barbadians here. This lead now 52.
Yeah, not only just posing a problem in terms of numbers, but posing a problem in terms of time as well. Because Barbados Pride will need to make sure they get back out there, have enough time to set a target for the West Indies Academy to then come a bat at. And what this partnership does is just force the hand of Barbados Pride a little more in terms of maybe one or two more risks that they will need to take when they come out to bat.
I think the Academy would be hoping to somehow eke out another 48 or so at least, going into that second innings with a 100-run lead. For me, that would be a real setback for Barbados in terms of their title push.
Yeah, it definitely will be, especially with how much rain has been around. In fact, that rain is still forecasted to fall at intervals across the next 2 days. So all of that will play on the mind of Barbados Pride, and they will think back to the fact that they just simply did not do enough with the bat when they had their chance.
Exactly. Our first innings performance with the bat. Not the most opportune of times in which to have a letdown. This one's timed sweetly up to mid-off as well. So some sweet shots being played here by these low-order batters for the West Indies Academy. The end of that Jordan over. Still stuck on 4. He's got 4 for 75. This leads 54. West Indies Academy are 207 for 8. In fact, I think it's 208 for 8. No, that single coming up off that final delivery.
bowling change. It's going to be Cumberbatch. Shaquille Cumberbatch with his heavy medium paces. Just a lot quicker. Well, just a little bit quicker than you expect. Very short run up, hustly bustly type. But does just get that ball skidding onto the batter. Has the ability to seam it around as well. Gets nice and close to the umpire.
Yeah, you just get the feeling, given the slight drop in pace, McKenny Clark will once again favour himself here in this matchup. Maybe 2 swings coming in this over.
Well, you can tell Barbados are very wary of the long ball here. Reefer back on the mid-on boundary. McAllister long off.
Not too sure I want Jerry McAllister on my long off boundary. No insult, J-Mac, but just saying, you know, I need somebody to take 10 steps to the right, you know, take a stunning catch, you know, even 5 steps, you know, really like take one of those running catches. I would
probably wouldn't put your money on. Jaya McAllister probably wouldn't be the first name you'd think of.
First, second, third, fourth, or fifth.
J-Mac, he said no offense, but if I were you, I'd be taking offense.
Nah, he knows. You know, this is on the odds and probabilities that exist in this world.
100%. 100%. I'm sure he's pretty aware. I'm not sure. I think he'd want one skied in his region at this point in time.
Nah, if it's skies, he'll take it.
He'll take it.
I'm talking about that 5-step run to the right.
Okay. You would know.
Nah, he does have hands, you know, good enough to take the catches. So should it be a skyer, hands down.
You're back in.
I trust McAllister.
Right.
But you know, in a situation like this, it's just that odd occasion where you're looking for just that moment of magic.
And that burst of athleticism.
Yeah.
I got you.
3 steps to the right, he's got it.
I
5,
got
you begin to get into great territory.
Okay then. Crystal. Clark once again competently played. Good timing, just on the back foot. Based on what you've seen from these 2 quicks here, definitely got all-round ability. All-round ability. Not only do they bowl nippy, can also wield the willow. Gonna have another commentary change. I'll be replaced by Vernon Springer. The end of that over. The score is 209 for 8.
Thank you very much, Malachi Richards. Long session there for Mali. Good afternoon, Joel.
Good afternoon, Vernon.
You know, I'm a Jahir fan, so I don't like the comments that you're making about Jahir. I am a Jahir fan, so I'm, unlike Mali, who's very conservative and listening to you, you know that I will challenge you when it comes to Jahir. But it's not Jahir's time now. It's Raymond Reefer coming back. Earlier today, sure you'd have been following Joel in Mali. The West Indies women would have won by 113 runs.
Well,
Bowling.
Reefer Yeah, he's got him. And he's delighted. Oh, my goodness. Delighted about it. Elated and delighted. Forgive me there.
Simply because he's looking to go square. Just look to play the ball up in front of you. Lack of bounce. Under edge. Onto his stump. And McKenny's Clark innings comes to an end. He's disappointed with himself. Ninth wicket goes down. 209 for 9.
Got myself into a bit of a tongue twister there describing the emotions of Raymond Reefer. But a couple of the bowlers have felt the brunt of the bat of McKenny Clark. And certainly will enjoy that one off the bottom edge of the bat onto the stumps. And now just one more needed to wrap up the innings for the Barbados Pride.
Hakeem Jordan searching for a fifer. Missed catch by the wicketkeeper. Regulation. West Indies Academy leading by some 54 runs. They would need more than that as Raymond Simmons comes out. Just recapping back on the West Indies women's series taking place in Pakistan. Hayley Matthews, man of the match performance, 140 not out, 150 balls with 15 fours and 1 6. And to complement that, she picked up 3 for 17, Zayda James 2 for 14, Afi Fletcher 2 for 19. West Indies 269 for 8 off their 50 overs. And the next best score was Shermaine Campbell with 45. Pakistan 156 all out in 35.5 overs. Winning by some 113 runs. So we say congratulations to the West Indies women's captain, Hayley Matthews, who's also one of the Wisden women cricketers for 2024. Lead 54. Barbados looking to wrap up this innings. Can Raymond Simmons put up some resistance? Now, he certainly looks a very accomplished player with that forward defensive shot. Don't know what sort of mood Ewan Lane will be in, but we'll wait and find out.
Well, if there were to be a tree out there, Ramon Simmons and Johan Lane probably cut from the same tree in terms of how they think about their batting.
That's going down. Raymond Reefer's found some aggression, Joel.
Yeah, every so often you just need somebody with a bit of burst of energy to inject some life into the contest. They've picked up wickets. Barbados Pride had a little lull where the batters were just punishing them just a bit. And he's come back with a burst, probably looking at maybe a quick spell of maybe 3 or so, hoping to wrap things up within that spell.
Hakeem Jordan, 16 overs, 1 maiden, 76 runs, 4 wickets. Jaya McAllister, 14 overs, no maidens, 40 runs, 2 wickets. Shaquille Cumberbatch, 11 overs, no maidens, 49 runs, 1 wicket. Raymond Reefer, 2 for 26, is into his 9th over. And Kevin Wickham, 5 overs, 3 maidens, 9 runs, no wicket. Interesting times here. Colin Boyne Tuckett would be very disappointed that he didn't pick up a half century. Had all of the makings. Maiden wicket for Raymond Reefer. He's now got 2 for 26 from 9 with a maiden to complement it, the lead 54. Try and see if we can hustle over to Sabina Park in Jamaica. Give you an update as to what's happening there. Trinidad and Tobago, 432 all out. 432. Trinidad and Tobago. Joshua De Silva returned to form, 106, 140 balls, 15 fours, 1 6. And bowling for Jamaica, Javon Ryle 3 for 113 from 37 with 3 maidens. And O.J. Shields 16 overs, 1 maiden, 61 runs, 2 wickets. Andrew McCarthy was back in the conversation for Jamaica. He had 1 for 57 from 13 with 4 maidens. Shaquille Cumberbatch looking to wrap this up, Joel.
Catches the cry, and it falls just short.
It's gone for 4. Jamel Warrican in the wars.
He thought for a second there was a chance there. Barbados prayed a chance to wrap things up. Falling just short of Warrican and getting past him as well. Goes into the boundary.
Windward Islands 152 for 6. Kevin Hodges on 27 not out, 43 balls, 3 boundaries. But the man who skipped them in the hunt, Shamar Springer, 31 not out, 36 balls, 5 fours. Still Ryan, John, Cyrus, and Tyson to come.
Well, this time it could
over.
be the catch. It could be the chance. It's spilled. I cannot believe it. You will not believe it if you see that replay either.
It's the Barbados captain. Peddling back, peddling back, peddling back, got comfortable, and for some strange reason, Craig Brathwaite has dropped it.
Well, back home in Barbados, a lady once sang at karaoke. It was, "I cannot believe my eyes."
But it's a cricket game, and he's human. Joel Manning, what's up with you? 214 for 9.
No, Vernon, I'm sorry, but that, no, not that.
How you mean not that? We've seen stranger things than that on a cricket field, Joel. It's not going to be the first, it's not going to be the last. The lead is 59. Clubbard. Who wants it? Who wants it? Nobody wants it. Neither mid-on nor mid-off. So, I guess we could maybe have a betting session to figure out who will take a catch for Barbados. Interesting times ahead, Joel. Don't worry. You'll see many more things like that in your broadcasting time in cricket. Trust me, it won't be the first, it won't be the last.
I absolutely agree. I really do. I'm still in shock, though. Must say, still in shock.
Make sure you put that one in your archive so that you could be able to remember it. Come on, attack the stumps. No need to be trying to bang the ball into the surface. Some 2 deliveries left in the over. 2:15 for 9, lead 60. Clubbard. It's gone for 4. The fielders were looking. No one looked like they saw the ball. A boundary to Yuan Lane.
Oh, this is what you call adding insult to injury. Especially on the back of the fact that the West Indies Academy are leading at the moment. Just that small moment. You just wonder, does that add 20? Does that add 30? How much time does it take out of the game as well?
Clubbard, 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 out of the ground. Yuan Lane. It was a nothing delivery by Cumberbatch. And Lane climbed into it and hit it out of the ground.
Here's a question. How much will that very easy chance cost Barbados Pride? That lapse in concentration. So far, it's added 11 to the total. $225 for 9 at the end of it.
Lead now 66. Back 70. 10 runs. We had 16 runs out of that over. Jamal Warrican, acting captain. I think he's a vice captain in this team. Just to remind the folks that in just over an hour and 50 minutes, you can go down to the Antigua Recreation Ground and witness the ICC Men's T20 World Cup Trophy Tour. Get your crew, get yourself organized, get your phones out, get everything. Starts from 4 p.m. in Antigua and Barbuda. One rally out of this World Cup. 20 teams, 55 matches, 6 venues in the Caribbean, 3 in the United States of America. Party tickets already on sale. And soon to be opened will be the box offices, so you can be able to go and pick up your tickets for matches, which will be here in Antigua and Barbuda. So Vivian Richards Stadium hosting some 8 matches, 4 group stage and 4 preliminaries. Steered beautifully out to deep point. Leacock comes across. They're thinking about the second. They've got to change their mind. Simmons gone about his business quite easily. He's 2 from 7. Lane 25 from 14. Simmons driving down the ground. Will only get 1 run. Down to long on. So both these batsmen enjoying themselves. Hazy conditions here, building up here again at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Lane not quite ready. Reefer, who is working up a lot of chatter here, saying, what happened? You don't want to bat? So Barbados with an out-and-out defensive field now. McCaskey's gone to third man. You got the wide point, long on, long off. Deep backward square, fine leg. Lane making him wait. So a lot of mind games going on here. He's not going to be ruffled. Yon Lane. Let's see what the delivery will be from Raymond Reefer. Just eases it into the offside and gets a single. So a lot of banter going on. And you know, once Kevin Wickham is on the field, he's going to lead the charge. McCaskey now comes back into the second slip area for the left-hander Simmons. Good evening to Phila Wallace. It's a filler. Wanted to raise a point with you, Joel, before we maybe this innings is dismissed, because you did, along with Mali and yourself, another concern which I feel that we have to look at. I'll come back to that before this water break. Is we're talking about fast bowling points, but anybody just can't be a fast bowler, so we just can't just write down fast bowlers. And we look at most of the team sheets, we see what's happening, because next thing you have a situation where somebody writes down that they're a fast bowler, and then they go and they bowl off spin or leg spin and they get a wicket, and then it's being dubbed. Who should police that? That's another question. Should it be the match referee? Should it be the standby umpire? Should it be the match officials? You know, we're just talking randomly. First water break, 57 overs bowled, 229 for 9. So welcome back after the water break, with the West Indies Academy leading by 74 runs to date. To 29 for 9, some 57 overs bowled. Barbados were dismissed for 153 all out of 39.5 overs, find themselves in a very come from behind situation after really batting poorly in the first innings. And normally their batting is really led by their captain, Craig Brathwaite. He didn't get off. And that maybe caused the slide. Cumberbatch. Lane flirting with danger. keep on the offside, mid-wicket, deep backward square, third man, fine leg. Yeah, maybe saying to Lane, if you want to go, keep going.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very interesting period of play here from a West Indies Academy perspective. They were guns blazing, got the life. I think it's a perfect opportunity to make Barbados pay for it. Make them pay with shots like that. Fantastic off the bat of Johan Lane.
Sort of hollow sound. It really didn't really come off the middle, but it was good enough. Had the power to find the gap, found the boundary. And Craig Brathwaite had to chase all the way from cover to go and fetch the ball. This young man is a fantastic cricketer. He can go into a very decent all-rounder, Johan Lane. Maybe if he doesn't get a chance to play for the Leewards, maybe some other franchise could seriously think about picking him up. Sort of in the mold of a Shamar Springer.
I had a couple questions about whether or not to go for that single. In the end, they come through for it. But just looking at how things have shaped up, they didn't do the best of jobs with the bat, and naturally you would tell yourself that you'd be on your P's and Q's to ensure that you're doing the best you can in the field to make up for what you didn't do with the bat. Looking at the fact this is wrong number 7, so much on the line, as when I think about, you know, somebody being crowned champions, you know, what was that process, what was that route to it? And yes, they're in the conversation for it, but not looking like it at the moment. Barbados Pride.
I want to come back, Joel, and engage you concerning the Cricket West Indies talking about pace bowling points. And just to get your version, who is a pace bowler?
By definition, at this stage, you tell yourself anybody coming off of 4 steps and more and bringing over their hand probably constitutes a pace bowler. But I am not sure of what the definition is, and I'm simply going by what the rules are for what a pace bowler is, whether or not it constitutes based on run-up, constitutes based on pace. I don't think pace could be the factor because we don't have speed guns here in our cricket, so maybe it has to be a case of how much of a run-up that person has. I said I'm not sure of what the definition.
You see, I'm just looking
utilized.
I'm just looking to improve the system going forward, and that's why I'm asking that, because we now have to, if we really want to develop our fast bowlers in the Caribbean, then one of the things that you will have to institute also would be a 2 bouncer per batsman in the 4-day competition as compared to 1. And then you will also have, you can't have a normal medium pacer who will be running up, just like you said, somebody taking 4 steps running up, and you know, on the form they're being put as a pace bowler. So we have to start, and you made a point, no speed guns, but you have to start coming up with some systems to put in place so that we can really encourage fast bowling. And it's all facets that are going to help West Indies cricket. I want to give some major kudos to the groundsmen throughout the entire region who have, you know, really put in tireless work and really don't get that accolade or that champion praise that they really deserve. You know, we have to make them feel part of the process. Without them, we don't have any cricket. It means also that the umpires also have to lift their standard and lift their game up as well too. So all facets of our game, if we're going forward, we have to go forward understanding that we have to raise the bar all over. Too many times we ask we're asking the players to lift their game, but we're not asking the coaches to raise their level, or even asking the administrators to raise their level to be able to help take the game to the next level. almost every talk you go around Joel, you hear everybody saying, well, Joel Manning is not making enough runs. Have you found out why he's not making runs? Gonna start to get into the mind of the players, the mindset, how they approach the game, their work ethic, how they prepare. Too many players are waiting on coaches to prepare. You have to individually get up and put in that work. Played by Simmons. Very circumspect so far here, Raymond Simmons. Giving support to Lane.
Yeah, I appreciate the role he's playing at the moment, because naturally I know that he enjoys playing his shots as well, Ramon Simmons. I just think he's just recognized that there's a prime opportunity for them to just keep batting out there. Barbados Pride at the moment relatively flat on the back of that drop chance.
They came out flat this morning, Joel.
Yeah, you definitely could say that, indeed. And I still question the tactics for this morning, but also looking at the time factor, and you would say about 27 minutes or so onwards from when we had that drop chance by Craig Brathwaite. I'm also looking, because I'm factoring both runs and time as well, because naturally the pursuit from a Barbados Pride perspective, given where they are in the table, is to look for that outright victory. And at the same time, know that given that they've not batted well in the first innings, we'll need to set a target for the West Indies Academy as well, which will take some time. So in recognizing all of that, at the end of it, over 236 for 9, I think that this last wicket pair definitely has a prime opportunity to just set Barbados Pride back on the back of their mistake.
I think Colin Boyne Tuckett will ruin himself, because when you look at the display of McKenny Clark, Lane, Simmons, Ned, he just started to just lost his focus during that period when O'Geese got out. Never looked the same player. And had he been maybe here batting still, maybe even with a Ned, you just never know the circumstances of the game could have been. It could have been maybe 236 for 6. Or maybe 250. But that's history. That's behind us now. These two have shown that they're capable. I like McKenny Clark. Could lead him with his head on his shoulders there. Ramon Simmons. Off air, Joe, we were talking about captaincies this morning for Barbados to move on, and I think we missed a big name. We maybe can continue the discussion here. Naim Young also can become part of the discussion for Barbados cricket going forward. But we have to take a number of factors into consideration. Would Naim Young be interested in maybe Test cricket and 4-day cricket? He's being shown more inclined with his white ball skills. So that's another factor that you have to weigh in and weigh up. But there's a conversation maybe to have with him, because sure, he will graduate from the academy and will branch out.
Yeah, definitely a big name that could be called, and I'm happy that you mentioned the direction that he seems to be channeling himself in, which is towards that limited overs format. And certainly when you have conversations about 50 over, when you have conversations about T20, certainly I do see Naeem Young standing out as a name that could take that captaincy. However, in the 4-day format, as you mentioned, I'm not too sure, in terms of where his mind is at the moment, in terms of if he sees himself really diving deeper into it, because you're looking at, as you say, grooming somebody who is not necessarily going to spend 1 or 2 years per se and then jump out of the format. So you just wonder, how much time is Naeem Young, and yes, he still is very young, but how much time is he willing to spend in the longer format of the game?
So good afternoon to the cricketing fraternity in Barbados. Don't know if their president, Mr. Conde Riley, would be in a position to be listening or maybe even viewing the coverage. If you are, good afternoon, Mr. President. Certainly things are moving up pace in Barbados and all around the region for the preparation of the ICC Men's T20 World Cup in the Caribbean. Barbados stepping up a gear. They'll be hosting the final on June 29th. Semi-final in Trinidad and Tobago, semi-final in Guyana. 20 teams, 55 matches. Who will it be? West Indies and who?
I love what you did at the end there, Vernon.
We all would love that.
Certainly we'd all love that. But in terms of who will be now, well, it is the leading wicket taker for Barbados Pride, leading wicket taker in fact, at the start of this round, Jamel Warrican. So left arm spin, the first signs of spin for Barbados Pride. They're definitely in that mood where they're telling themselves, okay, we need to wrap this up now because it's just been going on a bit too long.
Pretty lucky that Brathwaite didn't come on. With his off spin. Maybe just to make amends for that drop catch. Let's see what will happen. Let's see what the approach will be from Raymond Simmons. He's very circumspect. He comes quietly forward.
I certainly don't think anything should change from him naturally. You say, okay, the matchup favors him in terms of the ball spinning into him.
No, there he goes. So he's going to have a heave here, Raymond Simmons.
He took the words out of my mouth. But yeah, naturally we're going to say, well, of course, with the ball coming into him, might be inclined maybe to go for that slog sweep type of a shot. But I was hoping, that maybe he opts to just continue in what has been his normal fashion, especially given that the protections on the boundary at the moment. That's just simply from the perspective of drawing this game out even more. And funny enough, putting the West Indies Academy in a position from which, should they be able to pick up 2 quick wickets in that Barbados Pride innings, all of a sudden the balance shifts towards whether or not they could pull off a lovely win here. Because naturally coming into this contest, all eyes were on Barbados Pride, setting up to win this one, setting up to get batting points, setting up to possibly take the title. And all of a sudden, there's that chance to flip the conversation, to cause an upset.
I think the Ruston Chase not playing in this game is a huge miss also for the Barbados team, based on his own contribution in the last game against the Leeward Islands. He scored a big 100 and picked up 10 wickets in the game. I'm not using that as an excuse, but the momentum and his seniority that he brought to the Barbados team is certainly being missed here, because they really didn't bat well at all.
Well, he was left halfway down the track because of how slow that one was from Warrican. Was able to drag it in the end, Johan Lane. The end of that over, it's 239 for 9.
I think he would have been advised, Joel, to try and hit the ball straight rather than use his bottom hand to go across the line. I think that's why he got himself in some trouble, and it was pace off delivery by Jamal Warrican, which means that he would have had to exert more power. The lead is 84 runs and counting.
It's a quick look across to that Leewards-Windwards game. Windwards now 172 for 8. Ryan John and Jalen Tyson at the crease.
That could be done and dusted just now. Ryan John is pretty capable, which means that Kevin Hodge got over a small score.
Yeah, Hodge was dismissed for 29. But even if they could just hang on for that 1 point, it will be extremely valuable for their cause. The Windward Islands at the moment not looking as if they might secure that batting point.
These are the things that you're talking about, Joel Manning, having your video analysts around and looking at the situations and drafting up everything based on the context of the rules. Smacked for 4. Anything in his area, he's going to have a go. He's got long levers, Ewan Lane. He's an exciting cricketer.
When given a life, live it to the fullest. And that's what Johan Lane is here doing at the moment. The score would have been 212, although had that catch been taken. It's now 243 for 9. A lead of 88 runs.
Cumberbatch has been expensive. 1 for 75, Shaquille Cumberbatch. He's out caught this time. Finally, Cheyenne Brackett takes the catch. Minutes before tea, 2:38. Tea is 3:10. So I feel that, will they take an early tea? Or will they? Craig Bartlett is hustling off. So maybe not. So finally, the West Indies Academy bowled out for 243, lead of 88.
So a deficit of 88 for Barbados Pride to knock off before they can put on some runs for the West Indies Academy to chase. We'll take a quick break here, and when we come back, more action from the West Indies First Class Championship.
Welcome back to, as we would say, a small break just before tea, where the West Indies Academy leading by some 90 runs, according to our own scorer here. Do I have that right, Joel?
I believe so. Yeah, we're 2 runs short of what we're seeing on the screen at the moment. So a bit of a deficit to erase for Barbados Pride before putting some runs on the board. Had that catch been taken, that deficit would have been about maybe 60 runs or so. But the start of the second innings for Barbados Pride, and they'll hope that it does not take a similar pattern, a similar story to what happened to them in the first innings. Skipper Craig Brathwaite in the middle, and he's joined by Zachary McCaskey. With ball in hand, it will be Johan Lane, the man that picked up the first wicket in the first innings. The wicket of the man on screen at the moment, Craig Brathwaite, with an absolute peach of a delivery. The first ball of the second innings. Here we go. Well, that one's certainly not a peach. More so maybe a lemon. A little sour on that one. Down the leg side to start for Johan Lane. 3 slips and a gully. So attacking here, the West Indies Academy, and so they should. In what is a fantastic position at the moment. No chance to possibly cause an upset here in round number 7.
Still some weather lurking around.
It's interesting to see Craig Brathwaite play almost a full-blooded drive so early in his innings. You just wonder if maybe that is signs of the type of intent that he's going to have. Usually just allows that ball to come to him very early in the innings. A lot of drop shots, singles here and there. But really reached out and looked to drive that one, did Brathwaite. First runs of the second innings. It's a single to fine leg.
The first deficit, the first challenge here for McCaskey and Craig Brathwaite and the entire Barbados team would be to get that 90 off. In the meantime, it would also allow the West Indies Academy to also pick up early wickets. But it maybe just like they got 3 slips of gully, a backward point. I don't know how you feel, Joel, but I don't know if we I'd just like to see some pressure, someone under the helmet, short leg, especially with a brand new Jukes ball. I was following a story, Joel, after you hinted me yesterday in England. The first 2 rounds they started to play with the Kookaburra ball, and they have since switched to the Juke ball in England.
Yeah, I just saw an article about it as well, and they were discussing with regards to the amount of draws I think it was that you had in that second round of what would have been the county championship, the amount of runs that were scored, and that's what prompted them to make that switch to the Duke ball to maybe add a bit of balance to the game.
What kind of balls they use in India? Because neither Jukes, Kookaburra or anything is standing up. It's just been like a batter's game there. First over completed. 1 without loss. The scores don't reflect, Joel, of how well this cricket pitch is played here at this Coolidge Cricket Ground.
No, definitely not indeed. I would say probably looking back at how things have gone across the rounds here, only Ghana have truly capitalised on what has been a fantastic batting surface. Windward Islands Volcanoes in their second innings versus West Indies Academy put up a by far better showing.
It would have been just a wonderful opportunity if the Leavers could have got to play the game here. It would be wonderful for us to be covering a Louis Batten here, or a Casey Carty or Jamar Hamilton. So both Trinidad and Tobago and the Leeward Islands, along with the combined campuses and colleges, would be the only teams not to have played here. And Jamaica this year. But they've really produced some good cricket pitches here.
What we've seen is batters who have been willing to just wait a bit longer, be a bit more patient, be a little more watchful, have found success and reap rewards on the surfaces here at Coolidge. You think about Kemal Savory, you think about Tevin Imlach. You can think of maybe a Kevin Sinclair as well, and he ended up being aggressive, but towards the latter stages of his innings. You saw what Jonathan Drake was able to do as well here. Jason Holder got some runs.
Athens started, didn't go on. An unfortunate umpiring decision.
Cracked away nicely, given room. That's the first boundary for Brathwaite and Barbados.
I think Johnson has to do much better. Has to stop that ball. He almost like dived over the ball there, Jordan Johnson. And Joshua Bishop saying, come on, got to stop that.
It prompts a change in the field now. There's a point no on the boundary. But even that delivery, the fifth delivery that Brathwaite has faced, tells you the type of intent that he's going to have in this innings. He's going to look to be very positive. Funny enough, similar to what he did in that second innings versus Guyana Harpy Eagles. You're going to see him play at a couple more deliveries than you're accustomed to seeing him play at the start of the innings.
Simmons has not started well at all. It's not been his fluent run as compared to the first innings, and he was really hitting his straps. Single to the Barbados captain, Craig Brathwaite. I think because we've heard the name so long, Craig Brathwaite. Just only 31 years of age. Really? But it made his first class debut. Come back to that. With his first class debut in 2009 against the combined campuses and colleges squad. But this season, 2-18 against the Windward Islands, 142-13 against Jamaica, 14-23 versus Guyana, 30-5 versus Trinidad and Tobago, and 189-30 versus the Leeward Islands. So he's really been on a roll. 2 centuries, 142 and 189. his own standard, really, for the Test series. Not a very happy hunting. The 2 Test matches in Australia, 13-1 in the first innings and 4-16 in the second innings. So he'd really want to go to England with a rich fame of form.
Just doing a bit too much there, coming back into right-handed McCaskey. A much better area on that particular occasion. Needs to find that rhythm, needs to find that consistency. For the end of the over, it's 7 without loss.
Talking about the Barbados captain and his struggles this season. Like I said, against the combined campuses and colleges, 7-0 against the Windward Islands, 2-18 against Jamaica, 142-13 Guyana, 14-23 Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, 30-5. But the Leeward Islands, he made them pay. 189 in the first innings, really set up the game. You'd also want to set the game up here. He's 6. Wide delivery. Looking at Brackrett's overall first-class figures. Some 209 matches. 13,576 runs. With 32 hundreds and 64 half centuries. 89 Test matches under his belt, 10 ODIs. Clipped away down to Simmons. In his Test career, from some 9 Test matches, he's got 12 Test centuries and 29 50s. So he's gone about his business quietly, over 5,513 runs, an average of 34.4. The highest score of 212, Craig Brathwaite. Played in the St. Kitts and Nevis 13 and under tournament. Captained the Barbados team at a very early age. You had the likes of Milton Small, Adrian Donovan, some of the other coaches, and along with their parents who came to St. Kitts and Nevis. Craig Brathwaite is always identified as one of those leaders at a very early age. And you can say almost every level of cricket, he would have at least scored 100, because even at that 13 and under level, him and along with Kyron Powell, Devon Thomas, would have been scoring hundreds at an early age. 10, 11, Kyron at 9, Devon Thomas at 11, Craig Brathwaite around about 11 as well. Full toss. Lucky to get away with that one. Nicholas Curtin, Jason Holder, Shamar Brooks, Carlos Brathwaite, Kevin Hodge. Just to name a few of players from Barbados who would have come through. So I had players from Trinidad, Bermuda, Dominica, Anguilla, Montserrat, Antigua and Barbuda. Driven in the air, uppishly. Won't get to the boundary. They pull back. They're thinking about 3. They change their mind. Good powerful return from Jordan Johnson. So a bit uppish there from Craig Brathwaite. But as Joel has indicated, he's going to play with a positive intent.
Yeah, certainly shaping up that way, and possibly needed as well, given the fact that 3 in a row, obviously heading into the close of what will be day 2 here.
It'll be interesting to find out the forecast for tomorrow.
We want to ensure So at minimum, they're able to erase that deficit before the end of today. Maybe add 30, 40 so to it, depending on the rate that they're able to score at the end of that over. It's 11 without loss.
T. It's maybe some 7 minutes away. Barbados would want to go to T without losing any wicket at all. Certainly been a very cool day in Antigua and Barbuda. Our first rain break started at 10:04 this morning after we had a 9:30 start. Very hazy conditions here in Antigua. Simmons looking for success.
A little off color, you would say, into what is second over now. Ramon Simmons, especially, just looks like he's just pushing that ball a little too wide. Just saw that one delivery. That was his final delivery. And the over before this that he bowled, where he's able to just touch it down nicely. I would say probably around middle and leg or so, but just doing too much coming back in. Anymore, just looks as if something just might slightly be off.
He's with him. And he started his second over with a wide as well. It has now prompted the captain, Teddy Bishop, to go and stand next to him to find out what is happening. Good skills, Teddy Bishop. Much better on the money. I think just trying to bowl too fast. Would have got a little hyped up just coming off at the end of the innings. We need to put that behind him now and understand he has a job to get done. He's been off the park for almost an entire year. So coming back from injury, it's good to see him out in the middle. Just has to concentrate. Get his stride pattern right. Looks a little stiff, Joel. I don't know how you feel. Just looking his boy himself.
Good work by the skipper there to keep that down to 1.
Putting his body on the line as well too. Diving away there at mid-on. $15 without loss.
A little uppish for some time. Just getting that front leg up and looking to clip that ball away to the leg side brath with it. Just see Ramon Simmons signaling for something, and he actually pointed towards his wrist as well when he made that signal. Fizz now made his way out of the double. Just wondered if maybe something might be going on with that left wrist of his.
So good comeback in the end. Final 3 deliveries. 3 runs off the bat, including a wide. Just needs to land one in the right area. Clipped away. True square leg. Will it have the legs to go all the way? It does. Badly lined delivery. You know, and all the West Indies captain had to do was just get bat onto it. And as we look around, we see Teddy Bishop now getting some treatment. Thank God the physio has not been too busy in this game. Here goes Yon Lane. Down the onside. Colin Boyne tuck it, just skip it across. It's got a new ball, have to attack the stumps. Got a brand new Jukes ball, have to. That's his best bet.
Last 4 deliveries to possibly pick up 1 before we head to tea. Can he just get it in the right area? Can he produce something similar to what he did in that first innings to Craig Brathwaite? Just short of a good length, but holding its line. In behind it nicely is McCaskey. He was guilty of just pushing at 1 in that first innings. It was a very flashing drive and the ball wasn't there in that in-between area. Ended up being caught at first slip. In fact, no, it was second slip, because I do remember it being a fumble by Kadeem Aline, and Teddy Bishop cleaned it up.
That's it. That's what he has to do. Has to be patient. He's got to keep working. Complete that action. Get that wrist nice and firm right behind that delivery. And consistently keep looking at the target. He really wants to land the ball. They call him Yogi. Ooh, that's what we're talking about. That's what Joe was asking for, that type of delivery.
Yeah, actually a bit of exaggerated movement as well. Off the surface, jagged back in to McCaskey, who played it quite well in the end. Kept his hands low. Quite a few batters might have ended up being pinned there because of keeping their hands high. Ball would have followed back onto the bat or onto the gloves. So good cricket all around. Final delivery now before we head to that possible tea break. Gets under it easily. At the end of the over and tea here on day number 2. In this encounter between the West Indies Academy and Barbados Pride. Barbados Pride head in at 19 without loss. Still trailing the West Indies Academy by some 71 runs. Going to take a quick break here. And when we come back, more action in the West Indies First Class Championship.
Welcome back to the final session of day 2 of this. We dub it 3 finals. And when we say 3 finals, we're talking about the West Indies Academy against Barbados. You have the Guyana Happy Eagles against the combined campuses and colleges. And you have the Windward Island Volcanoes against the Leeward Island Hurricane. Top of the clash OEC encounter. But here at the Coolidge Ground, 19 without loss, the Barbados Pride. Their captain is 13, McCaskey's on 4. And they come out needing to wipe off 71 runs to be able to make sure that the West Indies Academy certainly will bat again. Good afternoon, Marley.
Good afternoon, Vernon. Good afternoon, everyone. Just doing a bit of calculation. My maths isn't the best, so it's definitely open to correction. But just taking a tally after the first innings actually, of the 3 finals, as you've dubbed them. Windward Islands Volcanoes obviously came into this final round leading the competition. It's going to be McKenny Clark to start, though.
He does. And Bratwett is off and running.
And I was just saying, the Windward Islands Volcanoes came in with the hopes of winning this tournament, having the lead coming into the final round, and it looks like it's just started to rain again here. The groundsman to the right of us just gotten into position. It's one of those days again, Vernon. Stop, start, tough on the players, tough on the groundsmen.
Great for the farmers.
Fantastic for the farmers. I do like that.
Another big one would have just touched down to the back of us. I was talking to Kadeem Henry, Mali, both you and myself, and he was saying that the weather in the last couple of days have been very, 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 very strange.
Up and down.
Yeah.
It's been hot, and then the clouds would just come in.
He was talking about the rain the early rain that went right around.
That actually came from the west. Yeah, and they say here in Antigua, if the rain comes from the west, it's a serious downpour. Expect a heavy downpour. But as I was saying, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, 90 points leading the competition coming into round 7. And I've done a bit of a tally after the first innings of those 3 finals, as you said. And the Windward Islands, after bowling out Leeward Islands, would have picked up 3 bowling points plus 1.2 fast bowling points, which would leave them with a tally of 94.2 points, still at the top of the table as it stands.
Even though the Leeward Islands will bowl them out?
Yes.
Okay, no problem.
Barbados, though. This one's hammered. Is there a man out there? No, vacant. Big open space there on the boundary. So McCaskey climbs in. He picks up his first runs after the tea break. Just to go back, Barbados, after bowling out the West Indies Academy, they would have picked up 3 bowling points. Obviously, no batting points, being bowled out for 155, and they would have picked up 2 fast bowling points in doing so, which leave them with a tally of 92.6. Still 1.6 behind the Windward Islands at this stage. Well, after the first innings, that is, of all these matches. Guyana in third. Would have bowled out the CCC, picked up maximum bowling points, 3, but 1 fast bowling point. And you add that to their tally of 87.2, they'll have 91.2 points at this stage. The Guyana Happy Eagles. And in fourth, the Leewards would have picked up the most bonus points so far. They bowled out Guyana. And also they would have scored 300, so they've picked up 3 batting points. So you add the 3 batting points to the 3 bowling points, that's 6. but they would have only picked up the one fast bowling wicket.
Which was Michael Louis.
Jeremiah Louis, actually.
Jeremiah Louis, sorry.
Yeah, so that would be just the 0.2, which leaves them with a tally of 90.8. So still a lot to play for. Very, very close. Barbados still in with a shout here, considering that the Leeward Islands are almost dominating proceedings there versus the Windward Islands. So every opportunity for Barbados here. If they could score 300, 350, pick up some batting points. Real opportunity for them. I think the gate was thrown open with Guyana being bowled out the way they were.
Yeah. Guyana.
Yeah, the opportunity was there for them.
I think maybe feeling the pressure too. Talking about championship pressure coming from behind, the context of the game. But in fairness, we would have to give some real credit to the combined campuses and colleges bowling lineup in this game. The young man on debut picking up some 8 wickets.
100%. I'd actually prefer to do that more than we haven't seen the dismissals, but 8 for 51 in 17 overs.
Look like he had a field there against the left-handers.
Quite helpful spin bowling conditions, must be said.
But as compared, Mali, to the Leeward Islands Barbados game at Queen's Park Oval, this has been a complete different track altogether in this round of match, which is being played also at the Queen's Park Oval.
In Trinidad?
In Trinidad.
Interesting you say that.
It was a high-scoring affair, 500. There were lots of runs on that track, so they seem to have improved on the surfaces for the final round of games against Leeward's Windwards. One team got 300, Windwards got 179, so it's in the mix. Raymond Simmons switched from the CIA Road end now to the media center end. Let's see if he will get a better rhythm. What do you make, Mali, of, and I asked Joe this, pace bowling points? Who is a pace bowler?
Exactly, that's a good point. I mean, are you a pace bowler still if the wicket keeper's standing up? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's just a tough one, isn't it?
And the reason why I said that to Joe
really
Mali
is
because you had folks who were bowling pace or wrote down on the form that they were pace bowler and ended up bowling spin. So what happens if they get a wicket? Would that be registered as a pace bowler?
But I think the bonus point system will still come down to the match referee. And he's here and he'll have to review everything. So,
but I was just...
I get exactly what you're saying.
I'm saying we just need to go into a ratio to figure out if we're trying to encourage fast bowling, and you made a very strong point, we can't eliminate the spin bowlers. And if we're trying to encourage fast bowling, then we need to be able... We don't have speed guns, but you could tell the differences to who is medium, who is brackish medium, and who is genuine fast bowlers.
Yeah. Remember we were telling you yesterday, Kevlin Anderson is one of the considered fast bowlers who would have picked up a 5-wicket haul this season.
There we go.
Valuable fast bowling points. It might come down to a performance such as that to differentiate. Oh, he's cleaned him up. So a bit of swing, no feet there from Zachary McCaskey. Just early in his innings here after the tea break.
Played down the wrong line, Mali.
Yeah, he did. It's a good delivery, though. The overhead conditions, just a hint of movement. Let's have a look. Full. No feet, no base.
Yeah.
He'll be disappointed with that. He's a much better player than that, Zachary McCaskey.
Maybe feeling the pressure from the Louis. 100 yesterday.
Shouldn't really, though. At the end of the day, you're just focusing on your own game coming in. But I understand exactly what you're saying. But that shouldn't really come into the equation here. He's in good form, picked up 100. He's made first class 100 in the previous match. But he'll probably just look back on this dismissal and say, yeah, just a bit loose. Didn't really have that solid foundation. And as a top order batter, he'll be disappointed with that.
I know you didn't start with me this morning, but while on commentary with Joe, who started with me this morning, Joe and Manning, I said to him, I thought that Barbados came out flat this morning. Didn't come out with a sort of sense of purpose as if like, hey, yes, they batted poorly, but the sort of energy to be able to say, listen, we can dismiss this academy team.
Yeah, they were probably just a bit feeling a bit dejected after that batting performance. Just to go back to what you spoke about in terms of the pitch in Queen's Park Oval, if you would have looked at the scores in the previous game here at the CCG, you'd have probably thought it was a minefield of a pitch. Both teams bowled out under 200, and you know, batting seemed really difficult, but really and truly it was one of the better pitches that we've seen at the CCG for batting. He had a bit of pace, yes, a bit of extra pace for the bowlers, but top order batters and batters who really fancy themselves as top batters relish those sort of conditions.
Just want to recap on McCaskey's season so far. 5-9 versus the Windward Islands, 15-12 versus Jamaica, 8-87 versus Guyana, 46-1 versus Trinidad and Tobago, and 101-1 versus the Leeward Islands. And you will say that game, century and 1/2 century, he'd feel very dejected on his season.
Yeah, I was probably hoping for a bit more. As you said, he was a traveling member of that touring squad to Australia. Played against South Africa as well in the A-team series just prior.
Simmons on the money. He's getting this ball to reverse swing here, Mali, from this end.
He does. He's a bowler that just gets the ball to move around slightly. It's more orthodox swing at the moment. Tends to swing the ball away from the left-hander into the right-handed batter from over the wicket. But one thing I've been keeping a keen eye on, especially with Ramon Simmons, we haven't seen him for just under a year. It's almost 12 months.
Yeah.
Next month will make 12 months. He last played a first-class match.
And that was against the Ireland Academy, right?
No, it was actually in the Headley Weeks
In the Headley Weeks tri-series.
Yeah,
Yes,
last April.
Last April.
So, just keeping an eye on how he's used. He's tended to use him in shorter spells, which
And
is the way to use someone coming back from such a long layoff.
He's only 22 years of age, Mali, so it sounds like he's been around for some time.
Oh, he has, because he burst onto the
He's
scene.
in
CPL.
Yes.
He was played quite a few games as an emerging player. He was one of their go-to bowlers for the Barbados. Is it Tridents now?
Royals.
Barbados Royals.
Was
sorry.
it was the Tridents then?
Tridents then, yeah.
Suicide. The skipper is home. So they've gone for McKenny Clark. No Lane.
I tell you what, he should be feeling good about himself, though, regardless. McKenny Clark.
Played the best shot of the game so far.
Yeah, and a real cameo of an innings, wasn't it, from the young...
Well, you had Lane and McKenny Clark as well, too. That's why I was
well,
saying.
we know Lane, he's got those long
yeah.
levers. He's going to look to give it licks
That's
more
why
often than not. Anything full, he's
He's going.
going downtown, and I do like that about him. He can be a very destructive player in the future, Johan Lane.
That's why I was saying that I thought maybe Callum Boyne Tuckett missed out, because the application of those guys, he could have got himself that partnership with Ned and himself.
Yeah, he just changed his mode of batting. He didn't recognize the situation, just showed his inexperience, to be fair. When Ned came to the crease, he just totally changed his mode of operation, started looking to play these shots, looking to run the ball down. Wasn't doing that before. He's presenting a full face more often than not. All of a sudden, he started to try to take on fielders in the inner ring. Everything just became a bit chaotic for the young man.
And he was a bit lucky, too, because either one of them could have been run out during that period of
Exactly.
play.
There were like 2 or 3 run-out opportunities had the fielders just gathered
And also a drop catch during that period as well, too.
Yeah, they became a bit sloppy, Barbados. But they're not out of it yet here.
Did you saw the drop catch from Craig Bartlett?
I did. Did.
Joel Manning can't believe.
Well, he was ragging on J-Mac a bit earlier in terms of his catching and his feeling down here, wasn't he?
That's why I reminded him.
Yeah.
Now you got it, Mally.
Yeah.
Now you understand.
Yeah, he was ragging on J-Mac, Jaya McAllister.
I told him, Mac is my boy, so you can't be going after Mac at
Yeah,
all.
you can't do that.
Well, thank God it wasn't Mac that dropped that catch, and it was the Barbados captain.
Yeah, the safest of hands, Craig Brathwaite as well. Quite a regulation catch.
A sitter, as you would say.
In the end, it's just provided a little annoying type lead here for the West Indies Academy if you're Barbados. 90-run lead coming into the second innings.
It has. And this Cheyenne Brathwaite batting at number 3 is also a major responsible position. So to bat number 3 for Barbados, you have to have some qualities.
100%. You do expect a Barbadian number 3 at this stage. Told you, he also played one of the shots of the match so far in the first innings.
Well, he's a power player, it looks like. Likes bat on the ball. He's more circumspect here.
Keep an eye on that open bat face of his, though.
It ends up in the square leg area because his bottom hand, his right hand comes into play.
Just keep an eye on that. He's gone down to the SIPs. Well, only playing his second match this season.
And most Barbadian batsmen, they tend to go square simply because of the pitches that they play on in Barbados. So they always looking to, crack the ball in that area. McKinney Clark will be trying to try and see if he can get him to come forward and drive the ball, more or less. It's a good cutter. He's really demonstrated that.
It's well in behind that one.
Tell me what you've picked up about McKinney Clark from since we last saw him here in the Headley Week series.
Well, he just seems like he's just lengthened his run slightly. You could tell he was probably in between working out at that time what the ideal run was for him. He seemed to struggle with his rhythm. You could tell he had quite a few pronounced kinks in that run-up.
You're talking, sort of look like a long jump runner.
Yeah, almost. A bit Bumrah-like.
Yes.
Trying to find the rhythm.
But I think that's what the experience does for you when you now move around. He had a chance to talk to Bravo in the MI and the T10. So, but really, his clean striking of the ball today demonstrated that he would have done some work.
Yeah, and from what you gather, he's always been one of these all-round type cricketers from a youth. But obviously, as you progress, you want to see those skills develop even further.
Simmons attacking the pads of the West Indies captain Craig Brathwaite because he knows that he's an LBW candidate. He tends to walk across his crease.
You can tell he's not quite there yet in terms of his best. His action, his run-up and everything. Maybe just feeling a little heavy at this point in time as well. Seemed to have just put on a few pounds as well, Ramon Simmons. You do expect that with this long layoff. But he's looking fit, not that he's looking unfit at all.
I think he'll now have to put some miles on his legs.
Yeah, it's all about getting the body back into match fitness, though.
And condition.
Yeah.
And not white ball cricket, but 4-day cricket. That's the difference. That's why I was talking about Mali to figure out in terms of a 9 young. Is 9 young moving towards the white ball concept as compared to the 4-day concept? It's a conversation that you'll have to go through with him.
Well, to be fair, he's he burst onto the scene in the white ball format, didn't
Yes.
he? It was that 2019. What? It was an under-19 World Cup.
Yeah.
Can't quite remember what year that was. He was captain of the West Indies team. He was the standout player for the West Indies in that under-19 World Cup. I think it was the one after the tournament we would have won, I think. 2020 was the last. Okay. Since then, he's put in good performances in the CPL. I think he's gotten this opportunity really to further his first-class credentials from the West Indies Academy. I thought it was a very astute choice to pick him as the leader as well.
Still quite a young man as well, too.
Yeah, very young man, but very experienced for a young man.
23 years of age. Big stop, big stop, big stop by the captain, Teddy Bishop, for the second time putting his body on the line.
But with all the rain that we've had here today, maybe just a bit of a softer landing for him.
Teddy Bishop, not Teddy Bishop, but Naim Young this season, just playing the 5 games, really.
He struggled.
Yeah, certainly did.
I think he's mainly struggled with his fitness. And maintaining that fitness. Would have been injured. That side strain has popped back up. He missed that first game of the season with a bit of a side issue.
Against the Leeward Islands, 2 for 52 and 2 for 48. In fact, as captain, he defeated the Leeward Islands in the first game, so you'll have to give them some credit. Maybe that's why the Leewards are in the position that they are as we speak. The Academy would have won 2 games, and he would have been the captain of the first game. Against Trinidad and Tobago, not for 29. Jamaica, not for 63. Combined campuses and colleges, not for 54, not for 32. And against the Windward Islands, 1 for 35 before he had to leave the field.
As you can tell there, that's a rusty delivery, isn't it? That's someone who's had a very long layoff. Gets away with it, though.
He does.
Not sure he would have gotten away with that in the limited overs format, but
Umpires were very considerate there. Thought that one was above the waist. But I'm not out in the middle.
so he's bowled 4 overs now. He picked up a wicket. Very happy with the fact that he's picked up 3 wickets in this match so far. It was a little expensive in that first innings. They conceded 43 in his 6 overs. He picked up 2 wickets, 2 big wickets as well, especially at the top of the order. It's going to be Clark again from the CIU Road.
Kept away down to Simmons, who gets down and rifles it in.
And it's a position you see employed at times to Craig Brathwaite, but especially in the international game. Leg slip. They've tended to try and actually they've gotten him out in that area a couple of times. It's a real tactic for opposition bowlers around the world. You'd expect our young players or our players here to know or pick up on these little things as well.
And they have to be students. They have to be taking notes. Just coming back to Naim Young, Mali, he would have played in 2 under-19 World Cups, 2018 and 2020.
Yeah.
So he would have really come out of that back then, and then went straight into his debut for the Barbados Tridents
I think
in 2020.
Was it 2018 that he had the better performances? Or 2020?
2020
Okay.
in March 2022. So he was not far off. He was called up for the white ball training squad as well. So the conversation has always been there with Naim Young. Has always been touted as one of the potential guys. In fact, at one point in time, I remember during the CPL, I'm going to be saying that he was going to be the next young Bravo, more or less.
Well, I think the longer format definitely helps in terms of building the fundamentals as a cricketer in which to build upon for the limited overs game.
That's a big point that you're making, Mali, because I don't think a lot of people recognize how much red ball cricket that DJ Bravo would have played as well, too.
Yeah. Many test matches, a lot of first-class cricket as well. It's not just batters, bowlers. Obviously, the lengths are a lot different. You have to change pace a lot more often as well. Different skills required. I'm a big believer in the fact that the longer format builds the cricketer. That's where the, as I said earlier, the foundation's laid. It's hammered. Straight to the man at square leg, though.
Yeah. DJ Bravo would have played some 40 test matches, scored over 2,200 runs with 3 test centuries and 13 half centuries, 86 wickets during his time as a test cricketer. Best bowling figures of 6 for 55 and had 2 5-wicket haul in test cricket. So when you match that up against his ODI record, 164, and his T20 record, overall 573 T20s.
What's his first class record? That's
His first class record, 100 matches, 5,302 runs with 8 first class hundreds.
so you see there, he's played 100 first class games. So that's where the foundation as a cricketer was laid.
Yeah.
It's from there in which you apply the different skills to the situation of the game.
And to support what you're talking about, Mali, if we look around at his wicket column in tests, 86 wickets, ODIs 199, T20s 78, first class cricket 177, list A cricket 271, and overall on the circuit, the T20 scene 625 wickets. That's a lot of wickets.
It is.
That's a lot of wickets. And he's still going.
Kind of winding down now, but as you're right, still going. He's in the IPL as a bowling coach at the moment.
Yeah, 40 years. So he would have really...
He's a fit guy. He doesn't smoke, doesn't drink.
no need for that.
He's always been a guy who, as much as you see him and you probably think, yeah, he's got this jovial personality and loves a party. He's definitely a guy who's always taken a keen interest in his body and his health and fitness.
Remember the first time I think I would have seen DJ Bravo. It would have been the first time that they had the Cricket West Indies Under 15 Championship. We played in Santa Cruz. Hammered out to deep point.
Do you know at one point Dwayne Bravo had the record for the consecutive ducks at the under 15 level?
Yeah, don't remind me.
Do you remember that? It's amazing how things change, eh? Couldn't buy a run. Literally.
Yeah, I know
5 or 6 ducks in a row.
I
You
remember
can make it up.
I remember every time you and him buck up about that, he just has a good laugh about it. Wow.
I see him. I say, all of a sudden you're a big player.
More than a big player, man. and I'll give you a classic.
Maybe.
Yeah, in terms of he would have played for Trinidad Mali in the first year of the Cricket West Indies Under 15 Championship. By the time his teacher got to town where the trials was taking place at Queen's Park Oval, the trial match was over. He missed out.
He missed out. Okay.
Yeah. Missed out.
Remember that. You would have been the coach of the Leeward Islands that year.
Yeah, that's the first time we saw them. He came along with his brother. Carly Powell was the manager. There was just something about him. And you look around, just his cricketing skills in the road. He just followed us around, and he was always just in our camp there. The next year, Bravo was in the team. Bravo was, he promised us, he
Well,
was in the team.
Well, you know us and our competitive nature. It took me a while to see it. I was like, what's the fuss? You know what I mean?
Yes.
6 ducks in a row. But just shows you all these growing pains along the way.
Yeah.
It really is a journey, isn't it?
You have to go through. Folks, if you're listening us via the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel, hustle down to the Antigua Recreation Ground. It's the ICC Trophy Tour taking place. You can get your photos, meet some great players. But in the meantime, Shine Brathwaite has squeezed away his first boundary down to the vacant third-man boundary for 4.
Yeah, not the biggest of gaps between that second slip and gully, but it's found, as I said, keep an eye on that open bat face. He was looking to hit that quite straight, but it just peeled off. And I say keep an eye on that. It's quite pronounced. Obviously, you don't want to have a closed bat face, but this open bat face, especially when it's in his back lift, is quite pronounced.
And looking to go square.
Exactly.
It's got to be careful.
He's been nicked off in, I think, 3 out of the 4 innings so far that he's played at this level.
Sort of looks like a Johnny Bairstow style. He has that aggressive there, stature as well too. Big, powerful young man.
Yeah, standing with the bat in the air. That's become almost uniform around the cricketing world now, isn't it?
I think we need to bring Hungry Walsh back. You could remember the first time, Mali.
I remember growing up, actually, that used to be an English thing.
An English thing.
It was England that thought they needed to keep the bat up in the air to combat the extra pace of the West Indian fast bowlers, the Australian fast bowlers.
Starting with Graham Gooch and company. Even the Tony Gregg in those days too, they, as you rightly said, Mali, they decided that they needed to find a ploy, how they were going to be able to keep those balls away from their heads, as you would say. Now it's come like a natural thing. I just like Mali for the base, to just keep it down below, because you then have a solid base. You're starting from not up, going back down, but from down up, really.
I think different things work for different players. If you look back at the Sagari Sobers, him playing, even when the bowler was in delivery stride, about to release the ball, that bat was still on the ground.
Yes.
So everything was happening in one motion.
One motion.
He was staying as still as possible as well. But I think where that upright stance and keeping the bat in the air has really, really helped the modern player. Has been in the limited overs game. Batters really set themselves now. The bats are, it's almost like a baseball swing. They get a lot more bat speed through it.
And a lot of them are starting to bat as deep as possible now into their crease now. So even though you bowl a Yorker, it could disappear.
Especially with the advent of these big, lighter cricket bats.
Here comes Lane. He's been switched from the major center and now to the CIU Road end. So some tactics taking place here with Teddy Bishop that we really didn't see in the first innings.
Well, I thought he did very well, to be fair, in that first innings. He marshaled his troops quite well. I think at times they just lost the plot, maybe went searching a bit too much. Over-attacked almost.
And there were just too many boundary balls in the Barbados innings, even though it was a low scoring affair.
Well, the benefit of that was the fact that they took wickets at regular intervals. It shows you the benefit of taking wickets, because Barbados was scoring at near 5s for long periods of that innings, but West Indies Academy kept chipping away. And in the end, they managed to force that run rate down to 3 or just below.
A lot of runs have been scored in Mali in women's cricket. The Sri Lanka South Africa Women's Series, that was a belter. And today, Haley Matthews coming up with a big 100 against Pakistan to help her team across the line.
Yeah, three of the top players in the women's game. Laura Wolfart, Hayley Matthews, and I think it's Shamara Tapatu.
The Pato, she's in a rich frame of form, man.
She's actually played one of the best innings. There's a couple innings that really stand out to me in the women's game. Oh, I can tell. Ones I would have seen with my own eyes. That one just looking to be hit too square there again.
That's what you're talking about, Mali. You know, you got to look to play the ball up in front of him. He still wants to go behind. And this will only come with experience. You'll have to understand that once he travels around the Caribbean, he's not in Barbados. The tracks are, the bunks is different. They call him Yogi. He'll be looking to prize out Cheyenne Bratwett. Circumspect here. A lot of time taken out of this game, Ali. With Barbados being dismissed in the first innings for 153. And then West Indies Academy bowler for 243. Maybe could have been still batting.
I was saying as Atapatu and Harmanpreet Singh. Harmanpreet Kaur, sorry.
Kaur.
India captain. This one he gets away fine, just swivels.
That's what you're talking about, trying to search for something that is not there. Just come back on the money.
Fuller length, just outside that off stump. Stay disciplined.
Giving away, just gave away a boundary for nothing.
Saw her score 178 versus Australia. I think that was in Australia. I remember what year that was. Actually, doesn't even matter. It was a real standout innings from Shamari Atapatu. And I think, to be honest, she's one of the more underrated players in the women's game.
Simply because of who she represents, Mali. So it's that sort of...
Yeah, she's not one of the big buys in the franchise tournaments.
Yes.
She's one of the best players in the world.
So playing in the New Zealand Women's T20 tournament. They were so thrilled to have her around.
I think they've just been a bit slow to really integrate her into the franchise formats.
But
for me,
she will get there, Mali. Don't worry.
She's 34 now, but I mean, she was always one of the best players in the world. You know? Very, very destructive.
Beautiful. Searching for those pads there. Good start here by McKenny Clark, who now will be looking to try to knock over. I was just talking, Mali, about the importance of the boundary balls. They have to, the academy, they have to take away the boundary balls. 153 all out. Barbados in 39.5 overs with 23 boundaries. So just imagine if they took half of that away, how much you think Barbados might have made? Simmons out of the attack. Now brings McKenny Clark. They look a lot more purposeful here. The West Indies Academy in the second innings. They've got a lead.
Rhythm looks good there as well. Smooth approach to the crease, wasn't it, from McKenny Clark?
If they can just maybe just get one, get two, Mali, get both Bratwetts, can begin to start to open up this game here, Barbados. They're still trailed by some 48 runs. Maybe could, in fact, that ball keeping down, could be 50. Pressure here on the Barbados Pride captain, Craig Bratwett. He knows that he's the senior batter outside of a Raymond Reefer. And when I say senior, I'm talking in terms of experience. Somebody might say to me, but Mr. Springer, Jonathan Drake's got 100. But in the context of the season so far, Bratwett has been the tower of strength. turned out to Jordan Johnson. And going into a championship game, missing a Ruston Chase, Mally, how big you think that misses?
Yeah, we said that yesterday. It's a huge, huge miss considering the kind of form he was in. He made an instant impact in this West Indies 4-day championship, just playing the one game. But as we said, match figures of 10 for 114, 127 off 86 deliveries. Massive, massive miss all round for Barbados. And you could tell they've just struggled in terms of finding the right combination coming into this very crucial round 7.
That's a good delivery.
Yeah, late decision from Brathwaite there. The bat was just dangled quite low in and around the vicinity of the ball. Still, he's got to be mindful to just keep the bat out the way.
He's going to have to maybe just make that slight adjustment on his grip, because this bottom hand is so wrapped right around. He's looking for that, and he's looking to want to punch that ball square all the time. McKenny Clark, is he okay? All right, he was just stretching just to make sure.
It's gotten a little darker here, hasn't it?
It does. Ooh. Honing in on those pads.
Yeah, just playing around the pad slightly was Brathwaite.
So over comes to an end. More comments for you, Mali, and then you'll be joined by Big Joe.
So they're just whittling this lead down at Barbados. Obviously, they'll be looking to take it session by session here. But bowling points, batting points, an absolute priority for them in this second innings. Still trail by 46. In fact, trail by 48, because they would have had a 90-run lead coming into this second inning. I'm joined now by Joel Manning. Good afternoon, Joe.
Good afternoon, Mally. Just having a quick look at things around the region and how things are situated and set up. Yeah, I can see that combined campuses and colleges have lost 5 wickets in their second innings for 135. So Guyana Harpy Eagles well on their way towards what you might consider to be collecting 12 points there for that win. Leeward Islands in their second innings 38 without loss.
Good response from them. Once again, it's just gotten slightly overcast here. Good conditions. Maybe the Barbados openers and Craig Brathwaite in particular must be counting his luck, or cursing his luck actually. Every time he's come in to bat, it's been slightly overcast. Conditions maybe just favoring seam bowling.
Yeah, you might say that in terms of just hoping for a bit of sunshine, but in terms of the surface, it's definitely just very placid 1-1 there. Just set up to get some runs. Just got himself into an awkward position, probably at first glance, Cheyenne Brathwaite, but funny enough, those are the natural positions that he usually finds himself in.
The funny thing about these conditions, though, is that it almost provides energy for a fast or a seam bowler. They're really chomping at the bit to get ball in hand, looking to extract whatever is available to them. I think this is a real opportunity for the West Indies Academy, especially to Cheyenne Brathwaite, as you said. We know what Craig Brathwaite is like. He comes with a pedigree. Seen all conditions. He's been through it all. It's a real opportunity here against the Cheyenne Brathwaite. Still trying to find his way in the first class game. That's a good leave.
Yeah, he actually had a good start in the first innings of this game. Got what we both consider to be a relatively harsh call in terms of the height of that one, but he looks set, he looks settled Cheyenne Brathwaite. I think back to the game that he played here versus Ghana Harpy Eagles and how unsettled he looked at the crease. You know, he looked quite fidgety, you would say, in terms of how he was going about playing the shots. Never really looked settled
For sure.
at the crease. In the first innings, though, you saw a different picture of the young man that Barbados selected. And even here now, you're seeing a young man crafting the innings. You're seeing shots like these. He just whips it through that mid-wicket region. It was very productive for him and productive here now as he picks up a boundary.
Yeah, he played a similar shot in the first innings as well, Brathwaite. Just lent on that one. Presented a full face. Took the inner half of the bat, but nonetheless sped away for 4. So as you said, he's just looking more assured, almost innings by innings. Here, his first-class career. He even got the opportunity. You feel like that he expressed himself the way he would have wanted to. He would have gotten off to a good start in that first innings. Played one of the shots of the match. But he'll be hoping for a bit more here. No, I'm thinking if I was a captain out there for the West Indies Academy, that mid-wicket fielder, very key positions against Cheyenne Brathwaite, I'd be bringing him as straight as possible. Very, very straight indeed. I'd be looking to try and make Cheyenne Brathwaite play as square, or look to play as square as he. Oh, that one's just kept down slightly. He's done well to get some bat on that. Well watched from the young man. Those deliveries can be very dangerous, Joe. The inconsistent bounce, maybe just creeping in.
Yeah, definitely you expected that to be a part of the conversation, especially as we got towards day 3 or day 4, you know, in terms of just 1 or 2 more keeping low. And that's also why most teams that have won the toss here have opted to bat first.
Yeah.
We actually even saw the fact that, based on previous stats, the teams that have batted first, in fact, have many teams that have won here at Coolidge also. I can't think back to too many, maybe one last season winning here, batting last on this track, but outside of that, you know, most teams here have won batting first.
I think the Leewards probably came the closest to winning a game. Yeah, bowling last year versus Jamaica. And last year, I think Barbados would have won batting second as well against Jamaica. The last 2 deliveries just keeping a bit low. Goes for the swivel pull once again. That's a shot that's been played quite well by Brathwaite. Colin Bowen took it as well. But this time, maybe didn't get up quite as high as he expected. So a bit of inconsistent bounce creeping in here. West Indies Academy with the overhead conditions, still choosing to go for that hard length. Just want to see a delivery from the academy perspective. Just a bit fuller outside that off stump to Cheyenne Brathwaite. That's too short. It's probably hit him on the back. Not sure. Did he take any bat? We'll see. Umpire will signal. If he doesn't, got a bit of bat on that one. Seemed to get through that stroke a bit early. Did Brathwaite, in fact, took the toe. Almost carried to second slip. Slipping a bit dangerously was Brathwaite. Focus, focus. Okay, we're back. It's been a good spell from McKenny Clark. Into his 5th over, just the 2 deliveries remaining. His rhythm has looked good. Not too many kinks in the run-up so far. Oh. I think I've done it again, Joe. Commentators curse strikes again.
Just slightly jinxed him on that one. But no, yeah, by and large, he's really looked good across what was the first innings. You saw that, you know, he was enjoying his time out there.
Had a bit
as
of
well.
bounce, a pep to his step, didn't he? Made an impact with the bat, a real little cameo innings. One of the shots of the match as well. Climbed into a full delivery from Hakeem Jordan. Full shot this time, no real response from the wicket though. Wide. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. We've seen a few tough calls on the bowlers in this game so far, especially of the wide variety. The umpires, I think, have been a little harsh, but they've been consistent on both teams. Full shot again. This is better. A better shot delivery. When's the full one outside that off stump gonna come? Even here, a foolish, wildish delivery can just lure a batter into a loose stroke.
He's really been effective once he's been on that good length area. Has McKenny Clark. What he's also gotten is that ball just to zip a bit off of the seam.
Mainly into the right-hander. Haven't seen too much of that here today though. But he's been consistent. End of his 5th. Barbados trail by 36 runs. They are 54 for 1. And even though we've had quite a few stoppages over the last 2 days or so, this game has progressed very quickly. Still a lot of time for a result. Still time here even this afternoon for Barbados to go into stumps with a substantial lead. Maximum, well, as many batting points as they can possibly get. And the 4 points for a win. Definitely still on the minds of the Barbados team here. Shradon, substitute fielder. Gets a bit of a glove on that, but it's not enough. It's going to go to the boundary for 4 byes. So the the radar just a bit all over the place for Yogi Lane at this point in time. Good conditions for him. Sun well tucked away behind the clouds, very cool. Should be running in full steam, but so far just struggling to create any sort of pressure here. Eric saving Craig Brathwaite on that one.
Yeah, thick inside edge at that. Still have a chance to really keep that pressure on at the moment, the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, that run rate just below 4, 3.78. I want to see that drop even further. Especially with Craig Brathwaite at the crease. I think he's scoring quite well. 24 from 37. He hasn't gone into his shell. Hasn't been overly defensive. He's put away most of the bad deliveries. He's rotated strike, more importantly, very well.
Yeah, I always knew that I would take positive intent, especially at the start of the inning, to set the tone for things, especially given the fact that, yes, there's time, but you still need time to bat, and you need time to bowl at the West Indies Academy as well.
So it's not just a simple matter of batting for as long as possible, scoring 400, and we'll be fine.
Yeah, definitely not, especially given how they batted in that first innings, and then given how they kind of let themselves down in the field at slight moments as well, in terms of either being flat, dropping a chance here or there, then all of a sudden you really just spend an extra 45 minutes in the field, critical time that you could have used to just kind of accumulate a few more runs, and instead of that deficit being 30 or 40, all of a sudden deficit became 90. You know, all these little small moments.
Exactly. You had Lane and Clark going great guns as well, putting pressure back on the bowlers. That one just heading down leg side. But better area this from Lane. Much better area. Just heading down that leg side though. I think he can just... Something for him to work on is just his delivery, where he positions himself on the crease when delivering. Just tends to go a bit wide more consistently. It'd be nice to see him just get a bit closer to the umpire. They'll bring LBW more into play as well. He'll deliver more balls in between wicket and wicket. Give him a better chance.
It's the end of the over. It's 59 for 1.
It was actually Akeem O'Geese who was off the field. Joshua Don doing the substitute fielding. O'Geese is back.
The other problem I think that Barbados Pride find themselves in is that they don't have the ability to control the game anymore.
Based on that poor first innings performance with their bat.
Because looking at it from a West Indies Academy perspective, certainly would not be playing to say, okay, let's see how well, you know, we could end up chasing in the end for, you know, a whole shootout for the Barbados Pride, possibility of getting the championship. Still playing for themselves, and as such, can get themselves to a position whereby they just drastically slow down the game as well. The types of fields that they're able to set, and all of a sudden, once again, forces Barbados Pride to come a bit harder, take a few more risks here and there, because still within that deficit, and looking at the time, looking at the light, probably say, okay, we get another hour
also
out of cricket. just a bit more. So hey, you're looking at maybe 13 to 16 overs or so in day's play. So can't really get themselves to a very commanding position by the end of the day's play. So a lot of work to be done tomorrow, and that's where the tactics of cricket certainly can come into play with the West Indies Academy at the start of the day. Yeah, you look for your wickets, and all of a sudden you realize things aren't happening. Okay, let's drag this game out. Let's see what Barbados Pride is willing to do.
You can set defensive fields. I'm not exactly sure it's the West Indies Academy's job to be following the permutations around the region either. They should just be concentrating on winning this game.
Yeah, indeed. Setting things up for them in a such way, even just slowing down the game works in their favor because Barbados Pride need a win. Nothing less than a win works for Barbados Pride in pursuit of that title and as such.
Yes, a batting performance in good batting conditions, which they'll rue. Acrobatically fielded by Aki Mogis. What would make it even more disappointing is the fact they were coming off such a good batting performance in the previous round of matches.
It's just so interesting that when we looked at the last round on a whole, the amount of centuries that we saw, the type of totals that we saw being put up, and it kind of left your mouth watering, waiting for what round 7 would produce. And realistically, when we look around, yeah, not many teams have truly broken the bank with runs. Leeward's got to 300. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 432.
Haven't been keeping that keen an interest on that game. Any centuries in that game?
Well, Mali, I'm going to have to click that one to find out. No, simply because, you know, they're not a part
we know.
of the conversation
Yeah,
in terms of...
exactly. We've been focusing on the 3 finals mainly, as you said, as Vernon dubbed them.
Actually, I should have noticed. Yeah, De Silva did get 100.
Yeah, just De Silva.
In that innings, yeah.
So we've had 200s this round so far.
And what a time to get 100 as well. To be honest, you always talk about scoring runs, but scoring runs at important times
key
as well, and a good time at the end. I mean, of course, yes, you would want to be scoring runs as you go throughout the season, but definitely, you know, when it comes to pen and paper time and writing down names time, you want to make sure that you leave something in a selector's mind and say, hey, I'm still here. You still need to consider me in the conversation. Granted, he would have still been the first choice wicketkeeper going on tour. Even if they're going to the moon, would have been that first choice wicketkeeper, but still an important time to score runs.
And you know the old sporting adage, you're only as good as your last performance.
Out of sight, out of mind, you know, all these different things.
Exactly. So, as you said, timing is absolutely key. Not just in sport, but in life. Can Cheyenne Brathwaite, though, he's faced 37 deliveries. He's made another start here. The second innings. Goes hard at that one. Oh, a fantastic bit of fielding by Joshua James at mid-off. It was hit quite firmly. A sharp, sharp single indeed. Brathwaite was away. In fact, he was just jogging a bit. Does he slide the bat? Yeah, just gets it down. So pretty comfortable, really. For good cricket all around.
Yeah, good cricket indeed. A good early call, certainly, from Cheyenne Brathwaite. At one stage, you probably thought he was letting up just a bit, but he recognized that he would have been home relatively safely in the end. A good throw, though, a good pickup, and a good quick throw as well from Josh James. And Things are about to slow down now, not in terms of what's happening around the field, but in terms of what's happening with the ball. As spin introduced into the contest now, Josh Bishop with ball in hand.
Very different tactically, obviously. West Indies Academy. Not chasing a title, per se. Barbados mainly employed their fast bowlers. Jamal Warwick can only bowl the 1 over in that first innings. But here's Joshua Bishop coming on within 20 overs in overcast conditions.
It'll be interesting to see whether or not Cheyenne Brathwaite looks to take on Joshua Bishop.
And that's all. This is valuable experience for the young man, just in his second match, first class level. He'll learn in terms of the art of building in innings against different bowlers. That's close, given, gone across the line. Wasn't really there to sweep that one. Once again, misread the length. Joshua Bishop comes on right away, picks up a wicket.
Yeah, you just felt it was a matter of time. I mentioned, would he go to take on Joshua Bishop? Wouldn't look to be bogged down for too long. Cheyenne Brathwaite misjudges the length on that one. Good pace from Joshua Bishop. Struck in front. And, well, another start. It goes a begging for him. He goes for 21. It's 63 for 2.
Yeah, just poor shot selection from the young man there. As we said, valuable experience, but they'll be very disappointed to be walking back to the pavilion now. Just choosing to go across the line. No real spin on that delivery. His first over, Joshua Bishop, just looking to almost dart the ball through. Wrong decision from Brathwaite. Second wicket's down for Barbados. Brings Jonathan Drakes to the crease. And it's drinks as well.
Bit of bite, a bit of turn for Josh Bishop. Still trailing by some 27 runs, Barbados Pride. The end of a successful over. It's 63 for 2.
Yeah, Jonathan Drake's looked quite good in that first innings. He's looked good throughout the season. Another player who must be said has had a breakthrough season at this level. Came into the game with well over 300 runs. He's found opportunities hard to come by over the years, but he's grasped it this season. Brought up his maiden first-class 100 here versus Guyana. Now in partnership with the West Indies skipper. And these two be hoping to see Barbados through to stumps. It's gotten progressively more gloomy here over the CCG. Going to be Simmons coming back into the attack. Bowled 5 overs in his first spell, 1 for 21. 2 for 43 in that first innings. In fact, you can tell Simmons has been doing a lot of work in the gym over his layoff. Said a bit earlier, he looked like he just put on a couple pounds or so. It looks like muscle more than anything. Looks a lot stronger. But as we said, it's all about getting back into match fitness, bowling fitness, something that's even different from match fitness. Fast bowling. Hard, very hard work indeed. Simmons electing to bring Jordan Johnson off of the square leg boundary, bringing him up into the 30-yard circle. The imaginary 30-yard circle. Quite a few field changes going on at the moment. Johnson comes over into the offside. So they've chosen to add a slip. It looks like O'Geese is going to go into second slip. So 2 slips of gully. Point on the boundary. Extra cover mid-off, mid-on. Very close mid-wicket. Fine leg, and Brathwaite just opens the face, runs it down to that point fielder on the boundary for a single. Good experience stuff, this. So after all that, new batter Drake's on strike. The field reverts to its previous. Fielders revert to their previous positions. Johnson going back over into the onside. In fact, it looks like they've just changed their mind again. So a bit of confusion here for the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, Ramon Simmons just belted out, nah. Like, guys, this is what I want to bowl. This is the feel I'm looking to bowl to. Please put it back in place. Thank you very much.
to be fair, that's how it should be. You actually want the bowlers feeling comfortable bowling to whatever fields. Within reason, that is. He definitely should give the bowler first preference in terms of what he wants. End of that Simmons over. 64 for 2. 65 for 2. Scoreboard just playing games with me there. Just thinking back to Jonathan Drakes and his dismissal in that first innings, he said earlier he was so composed, seemed to have a split second extra of time. Similar to Carlin Bowen Tuckett, all of a sudden just out of the blue just decided to play a bit of a naughty stroke outside that off stump. The hands got too far away from the body. Beats him outside that off stump. Well played in the end from him though. Didn't go following that one. Kept that bat pretty tight. Goes to the pad. Short leg in early here. So Vernon would take a bit of kudos, well, a bit of confidence from the fact that maybe they've been listening to him.
No, he would say get a silly bit off.
Oh, silly bit off.
I'll give you the exact words.
Yeah.
You got to put some pressure. You got to put some pressure. Get a silly bit off. Get a man in front of the bit. That would have been Vernon's exact words.
We need two. You need two. Get another helmet. Well, I have to agree with him, especially in this situation. New batter at the crease, the end of a maiden from Joshua Bishop. 65 for 2 Barbados. Yeah, many teams have been reluctant to employ the 2 close catchers in. I think leg slips an underrated position, especially to certain batters. Batters with a high propensity to just fall over at times. Especially that's a shot in which batters don't really think about. With a leg slip in that position, you're now forcing the batter to think about something that's almost academic. That's where problems can arise. Simmons again. Same field as the last over. Heavily back, packed offside field. Close catcher at mid-wicket. I think what would just top this field off now is if you could bring that fine leg up into that leg slip position. You know, asking something different of Craig Brathwaite. And that's not necessarily he's there for Brathwaite for a ball that's just a bit too straight from Simmons. Not necessarily just targeting that area every delivery. Brathwaite does well. Rotate strike once again. The first delivery. Or second delivery of the over. Simmons will be hoping for a bit of movement here. It's been less conducive for swing bowling here in the second innings. As you said, even though overhead conditions are quite overcast, this pitch still very good for batting. And that's where maybe at times you've got to just look to take the pitch out the equation. That's where these highly skilled bowlers are so valuable. You think of a Jimmy Anderson in these conditions, guarantee that ball will be swinging. Dale Steyn, as Jason said. I tell you what, even a Matthew Ford, someone that swings the ball consistently, at least early when the ball is still hard and new. That's a solid block from Drakes. I do like this young man.
He really is a talent, Jonathan Drakes. Has the ability and has the capability required to make his name at the first class level and to knock on certain doors.
So this is where these guys have to knuckle in now. As we said, this breakthrough season, he's got to build on this, hopefully. Love to finish with 100. It really add the icing to the cake on his first class season in which he would have scored his maiden first class 100.
Yeah, it would be fantastic for him, and there are several expectations of him, because when you see a batter like him, you see how easy he looks at the crease, the amount of time that he has when he's playing strokes, whether or not on that front foot or that back foot, the way he can find gaps very easily. You have to have high expectations. You have to be asking him to put up the big numbers.
Sometimes these stroke makers don't put as high a value on their wicket as you'd expect or as you'd like them to do. Good solid shot there to end that over. I was just told by Jason here, Liverpool are out of the Europa League, so all the Liverpool fans, it's the Premier League or nothing in Jurgen Klopp's final season. I say that with a laugh as a Man United fan. It was always tough, a tough ask. 3-0 down from the first leg. Would have scored early the second leg, but just wasn't to be. This one's just uses the pace, Jonathan Drakes, once again. Shows good hands, supple wrists, 4 more.
And this is why you see he should be scoring runs. Gets back nicely, opens the face as well. And collects what in the end appear to be very easy runs for him, Jonathan Drakes.
And the hands work really well in unison, don't they? Some players grip that bottom hand a bit tighter. He's very orthodox, leads with the top hand. That bottom hand comes in very late. Oh, was just a little lazy with his footwork there. That one slightly tossed up by Bishop. Yeah, footwork has to be sharp. So we always be looking to play with that bat as well. As much as we say, yeah, get that big stride in. Gotta look to get the bat out in front. regardless of how big that stride is. If it's hitting you in line, the umpires are going to send you. Just there, caught on the crease once again. So, good stuff this from Bishop. The end of 22 overs. Barbados Pride, 71 for 2. Still trailing by 19 runs.
I've enjoyed what I've seen from Bishop across this season. And when compared to what I saw last season, yes, he still bowled relatively well last season. Was not as effective as he would have liked to have been. But that's because he didn't vary his pace as well as he's done in this season. It was a little on the flatter end of things across majority of last season. However, this season you're seeing the development, you're seeing the maturity, you're seeing that push and pull, as you would say, for the spinner. And he's realized, okay, this is the pace I need to bowl here today, and he's really executing it well.
Simmons starts with a wide delivery to the Barbados Pride captain. It's 29 from 46. Couldn't help but listen to you and Mali talk about the Joshua Bishop. 23 years of age. Will turn 24 on May 30th. Still learning his craft, as you would describe it. Push, can't beat Jordan Johnson at cover. So we're talking about the bowling performances so far of Joshua Bishop against the Trinidad and Tobago. 3 for 16 and 3 for 28. Academy against Ghana, 2 for 31 and 1 for 110. Jamaica, 6 for 96 and 4 for 79. Combined campuses and colleges, 4 for 93, 2 for 44 as we break. Blocked by Brathwaite. And against the Windward Islands, he took some 8 wickets. 4 for 24 and 4 for 78 in the game. So 37 wickets to date. In fact, the one he collected in this inning so far will take him up to 38. 6 for 96 against Jamaica, so in all he would have picked up a 10-wicket haul. So he's been very consistent. 6 in the first game, 3 in the second, 10 in the third, 8 in the fourth, and 8 also in the game against the Windward Islands. I did indicate that against the Leeward Islands, you'd have had 1 for 29 and 3 for 33. So it's really come on in leaps and bounds. Emerging Academy in 2023. There he would have also picked up 16 wickets in that series. 9 young. Driven up to mid-off. Net comes across. This has been a real magnificent spell here by Ramon Simmons, the left-arm seamer. After almost a year out of the game, coming right back into the field of play and holding his own.
Yeah, it certainly has been good from him. Struggled a little bit with his first spell in this second innings. Got a change of ends, and since then has really been able to keep that ball on the mark, keep that pressure on.
Maiden over completed. So, just to elaborate more on Joshua Bishop, who would have played for the West Indies under 19s, Barbados Royals, This will be his 11th first-class game, and already he's got 53 first-class wickets, 387 runs with 1 half-century, and also a first-class century right here at this ground. And you will begin to ask yourself the major question: had it not been for the West Indies Academy, would we have seen a Joshua Bishop? Slip, short leg, backward point cover, short extra cover, mid on, mid off, and short mid wicket. The lone man, the deep backward square leg boundary. Maybe we'd just like to see maybe pull the cover out and put the cover in front of Jonathan Drake's bat, just to put some pressure on him. Very overcast here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Something Bishop is going to have to work on. You have to create avenues to get a wicket. You can't hope that, you know, wicket is going to come to you. You have to look around and figure out, how do I create pressure to get a wicket? No Ned yet.
It's actually quite interesting in terms of not seeing Ned as yet, also because of the fact that usually Ned is who they turn to first in terms of the left arm spinners. At least that's what we've seen across the last couple of games that they've played here at Coolidge.
Don't think Ned has really been himself in this game as well too. He could be maybe taking some wear and tear, because him along with Bishop, they would have also played all of the games and would have had to put in a lot of bowling. Made an over by Joshua Bishop. He's getting through his overs very quickly. Barbados losing their first wicket at 25, their second at 63. Shane Brathwaite will be kicking himself to figure out. He's got 2 leg before decisions in this game. He stood for a long time trying to figure out, what did he do wrong? I think the only thing he did is that he missed the ball. Changing bowling from Simmons to McKenny Clark now. So I think there's been a ploy, Joel. They're going to bowl seam from this end, and maybe Ned might get an opportunity from that end. Oh, I don't really know if Ned is fully fit, why they maybe have not gone to him as yet from this end, but they're maybe going to rotate the seamers from this end. McKenny Clark is back for another spell. I think it might be his third. I think it'll be his second. Just in case you're listening to the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel and you live in Antigua and Barbuda, you can get down to the Antigua Recreation Ground for the ICC World Trophy Tour taking place. Walk with your family, walk with your crew. You can get a photo opportunity. You might even see some special dignitaries there. Clipped away into the onside. West Indies captain for a comfortable 2.
Things have been a little quiet to skipper Craig Brathwaite, you would say, probably in the last 15-20 minutes or so. It started by coming at the bowlers, striding out, getting those drives in, and then found himself just tempering just a bit. It could be the fact, we're heading towards the end of the day's play, not looking to take any risk, making sure he's out there for his side come tomorrow, because he'll be an important piece in the puzzle.
Leeward Islands 91 for 2. Michael Louis 33 and Powell 31 back in the hut. Casey Carty and Graves at the crease. So the Windward Island Volcanoes, they'll be up against it really. Combined campuses and cottages 165 for 7, so that game could be over tomorrow. It's Sabina Park in Jamaica. Sirens glaring in the microphone. Trinidad and Tobago 432 all out. Jamaica Scorpions 112 for 4. Kirk McKenzie is on, according to this scorecard, he's on 52 not out.
Looking for 2, pushing for 2.
Simmons is at a long bowl. Jamaica Scorpions steering down the barrel there. Cities Academy will have to bat last on this track. Something I know they maybe would not be too fancy about. Might maybe have to chase maybe 150, 180, depending on the context of the game. The lines to Bradford has just not been. Because Bradford walks across his crease, every bowler feels that they can, keep going searching. I just feel one of the things is trying to get Bradford to drive the ball up to cover. Ned has just come back onto the field, so I saw him getting some treatment. Don't think he's really fully fit. Quiet period of play here. You see the clouds banking up in the eastern section here the Coolidge Cricket Ground. On drive, Ned caught on his heels. Ball was played to his right. He's a left-hander, so couldn't stop the single. Game awareness by Craig Brathwaite, knowing that he was going to the danger end.
Well, he's gotten through him, Joshua Bishop. That's his second wicket.
Misjudged the length completely. There was no feet movement at all. Right foot, more or less at top, pointing straight to cover rather than backing across and looking to punch the ball. It's gone through his defense. Jonathan Drake's lapse in concentration, and Barbados lose their third wicket of the day.
It's just a little lazy.
Yeah,
He moved at that occasion. I think just the fact that, I was about to say, they're kind of shut shop at the moment, just looking to prod here, push there, pick up those ones in between. And yeah, just looked as if he just lacked a little bit of intent there in terms of his movement and how decisive he needed to be. Jonathan Drakes. Third wicket down and still needing some 13 runs to clear the deficit, Barbados Pride.
It will now be an all-spin attack now, because Ned, for the first time in the second innings, is now marking out his run. You see some security workers coming from the VC Bird International Airport, just walking, taking their working stroll at the end of the day. And the Barbados flag, out of the three flags, of some breeze have found it. Now the nation of Antigua and Barbuda is fluttering, but the West Indies flag has been dormant. It's not been able to pick up a sail here. .77 for 3, Kevin Wickham strides in. Get a silly point in for Ned. Where the cover is, get somebody right in front of the Barbados Royal captain's bat. Ned starts with a flatter, faster delivery, first up. Get that silly point in, get that man right in front of the skipper's face. And keep honing at those pads. So good afternoon to Craig Brathwaite's father. If, he'll be glued to his phone or his laptop or something. Mr. Brathwaite. Too easy, too easy, too easy. Can't give away that single. Got to keep things tight. Joshua Bishop, too easy.
It could have been a moment there for the West Indies Academy just to sneak through another one in terms of a run out. Wasn't necessarily the most confident of calls there between Wickham and Brathwaite.
These are the moments that can turn the game over. Gotta have to stay in the game. Gotta stay in the moment. Over completed. Single really could have been avoided. There had been more game awareness. It's been a long season for the academy, in fact for all the teams. But there just needs to be one big effort, one more big effort. This game still has 2 days to go in it. As we speak right now, the academy, they're clawing their way right back into the contest. If they can bowl Barbados out for, you'd say maybe under 100, they'll be in the game. But if they allow the Barbados team to just gain some traction and gain some confidence, they could be up against it, batting last. Gotta catch that. Let's have a look at that, Jason. If you get a chance, we can see that.
They would have taken a very sharp grab on that occasion.
Moments like these that we're talking about.
Just needed to stay a bit lower. In fact, probably just bouncing in front of him as well. With Sean Worrell there at short leg.
He's a big guy too, so I've got to give him some credit. That's why I feel that they still need a silly point in, especially with Wickham and North, just to add some pressure. He sent his helmet off, Wickham. Let's see what sort of mood he will be in. Need that silly point. Get that silly point in front of him. Take the cover out. Put somebody in front of his bat. He's a North. A little surprised that the tactical team in the back are not having these conversations with Teddy Bishop or with some of the senior players, especially the spin bowlers. When new batsmen come in, you got to look to build pressure. All of a sudden, the game just looks different. Teddy Bishop has got 2 for 6. He could be 5 for 13. Wickham North, Brathwaite 37. Maiden, no, not Maiden. 1 run coming out of the over. End of 28. 79 for 3. Ed starting his second over. Joshua Bishop chasing that ball all the way down to the third man area. Teddy Bishop, you got to have to be in the walls, but you have to put your body on the line all the time. You got to look to keep the pressure, keep building the pressure all the time. Every now and again, the academy just tends to just ease the pressure. You have to understand this game is still a long way, to a lot of time in this game. Patwet 40 from 70 deliveries. Kevin Wickham was just coming. So not. Here we go. Here we go. Pressure, pressure. Teddy Bishop, got to look around, game awareness, figure out how you're going to get a wicket. Don't sit back. Create opportunities. Joshua Bishop starting his 7th over. Academy, they have to finish strong. They have to believe they can pick up 2-3 more wickets before close of play. Can put some pressure on this Barbados Pride team. Worked away into the onside. Thinking about 2. It's not on.
Yeah, certainly poised is probably the only team in this round that could possibly create an upset. The West Indies Academy.
They've got 2 wins in this championship so far. And out of the 4 losses, could have maybe won 2 games out of that. They just played some smarter cricket.
Yeah, they really found themselves in some good positions, the West Indies Academy, but haven't always capitalized on those positions that they've put themselves in.
Just above the eye line. Just above the eye line. He's comfortable in that area. Get him to come and drive. Let him see it. Just deliver it. You don't have to come all the way up. Just deliver it. Just right there. Just slow it down. Just above the eye line. Well bowled. Joshua Bishop. Over completed. And the pressure continues here. Now the fielders, they have to support. Cut out the singles. And really lift their game. Could see a Kevin Wickham within the next 18 months really growing into a good international cricketer with some exposure behind him. 18 tour. Maybe an exposure stint in England. Maybe a stint in Australia. Toughen him up. Make him understand that he is a pro. Again, line here of attack here by Ned. Can't be down the leg side. Brathwaite is running hard. It's going to come back for 3 quite easily. Just going searching. Just put the ball in the right areas. Ball into a more or less a 6-3 field. There's no protection in that area. Or 5-4. Because he's bowling so quick, Ned. All Brathwaite has to do is just get bat onto the ball.
Yeah, probably just a little easier given the pace that is bowling at to play him in comparison to Joshua Bishop. But in fact, this is just that pace that Ned has been bowling at consistently, and it has worked for him more often than not in this particular game, just simply because of his ability to just keep batters on strike. It's apply pressure from one end.
Too easy for Wickham. He just stroked it past Raymond Simmons, who made no effort at all. Gotta get your angles worked out, Teddy Bishop. That's just too easy.
That was the one that he slowed up on that occasion, Ned. Got to it quite nicely, did Kevin Wickham. Picked the gap nicely as well. Just had to open the back face slightly to get it wide of the man at mid-off. I was talking about the pace that he was bowling and how, you know, he was still able to keep batters on a strike even though he wasn't picking up wickets. Opted to slow it down on that occasion.
Siren blaring in the distance. Now he drags it down. Poor delivery. So he's just lost his confidence here, Ned. Doesn't look himself at all. Flighted one and then just pulled one down. And the class of Wickham is going to put that one away.
They're definitely not going to miss out there. Drag it down even shorter at pace, yes, but short and wide. And that was pretty much a gift for Kevin Wickham. A gift for any batter, truly.
Consistency, patience. Over and over and over. Got to land the ball into the right areas. Stroke. 4 more. It's almost like somebody's driving a Rolls Royce here. I think Ned just loves to see Kevin Wickham bat. It's just like he's giving him some throwdowns. So he's got 3 boundaries in this over. Easily. And from naught he goes to 12.
I was talking about how well he was able to control batters, keep them quiet, etc. But just opted to just change it there. Both 3 different deliveries. Those 3 final balls and punished for each of them. Just straight away you would say from what was his stock delivery, Ashmead Ned, and probably what was his purpose as well, just to keep that pressure on and allow Bishop to go searching for the wickets from the other end. 98 for 3. And that now represents Barbados Pride having a lead.
It goes back, Joel, to what happened in the first innings. Barbados was skilled out for 153 with 23 boundaries. And we already see the boundary balls. This is something that the West Indies Academy, they have to understand that. You just don't give away boundaries. Very high proportion of boundaries especially. With a score of 153, you had 92 in boundaries. Already in this innings, the score 98 for 3. You already have 10 boundaries. 3 in the last over. Joshua Bishop continues to show his good bowling form. Is into his 8th over. Oh, well bowled. Turned the Barbados captain right around. The good thing about it is that he's playing with soft hands.
It just speaks to how well he's bowling. Someone who's spent considerable time out there, he's still able to bamboozle them.
Lucky to get away with that one. Batwit going leg side of the ball. Maiden over. And Joshua Bishop, 8 over, 4 maidens, 7 runs, 2 wickets. Ashmin Ned, 3 overs, no maidens, 19 runs, no wickets. Caddy Maleen, 1 over, no maiden, 4 runs, no wickets. And McKinney Clark, 6 overs, no maidens, 20 runs, no wicket. He's bowled well. Raman Simmons from the media center end, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 25 runs, 1 wicket. And Yuan Lane, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 19 runs, no wicket. Barbados lost 1 for 25, McCaskey, 2 for 63, Cheyenne Brathwaite. And Jonathan Drake's 3 for 77. Some 32 overs have been bowled. They still continue with Ned. And Ned will have to understand the memo. He's received a memo from Teddy Bishop. He's got to follow through on that. Don't try anything. Allow Bishop to be the attacking bowler, and you will be the containing bowler. That's what you have done all season. You're not somebody who flights up deliveries to people or bowl half volleys. You keep things tight. You keep building the pressure. Get a silly point, Teddy Bishop in front of him. Yes, he's 12. But just put some pressure on him. Give him something new to think about. That's sort of length. He'll be comfortable. He can do that all day.
Yeah, but that's his job there, Ashmi Ned. It's a case of asking the likes of maybe a Wickham to force it off of him, to ask him to change that, to take maybe a risk. Especially for a batter who enjoys scoring quite easily. Just need to be patient, need to be consistent. String together those deliveries.
Driven again up the mid-off. Simmons comes across.
We can keep Kevin Wickham quiet for maybe 2, maybe 3 overs. Might be able to get that one fault shot, that one moment that you can capitalize on. But this needs to be consistent here at Ashmead Ned. A much better over from him, Maiden. It's 98 for 3.
The partnership is 21 from 42. Wickham has got 12 out of the 21. You need wickets. If they can't get wickets, then they need to just close down and take away the boundary balls. Still a long way to go still. Still have another 21 minutes to go in the day's play. Bright sun peeping through here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Still some time for you to get down to the Antigua Recreation Ground and witness the ICC 2024 World Cup trophy, which will be on display. You'll be able to get a photo opportunity. 29 for 3. Sorry, Joe.
I was just about to say a little touch cricket there from Craig Brather. Allows him to rotate that strike. Protection on the boundary. This means it's 1.
He's got so much time, Kevin Wickham. Classical's sweep shot there being played. 100 comes up for the Barbados Royals. Sorry, not Royals, Pride. And they are 100 for 3, 34 overs bowled.
He took us to the shorter format there just now.
Yeah, the CPL, which will be coming up, starts right here in Antigua and Barbuda, the Republic Bank Hero CPL, August 29th. The newest CPL team, the Antigua and Barbuda Falcons against the St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots. 8 p.m. at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. 34 matches, finals, semi-final in Guyana. This year's fixture will start in Antigua. It will be shared between St. Kitts and Nevis and Antigua and Barbuda. Straight down the ground, lovely on drive. The 4th by Kevin Wickham goes up to 17, 11 boundaries so far in this 100. Classical on drive. Turn the hips, open it up, and just leaned into it beautifully. Down the ground for 4.
You always enjoy that sight as a batter, seeing that ball just run all the way back down the ground. Slightly overpitched on that occasion from Ashmead Ned.
I think Ned is trying to get wickets, Joel. Every time he overtosses the ball, he's been put away by Wickham. He's trying to buy a wicket. You can't buy Wickham's wicket. They have to finish strong, the academy. Colin Boyne Tuckett saying, come on, we need a bit of fight. Got a bigger fight. They have to clinically finish strong. So he went off the field to get some treatment. I wonder if he's in the right frame of mind, if he's in that rhythm. Over comes to an end. The Barbados lead now. Shots up to 16. So mathematically, you can say Barbados is 16 for 3.
Yeah, a lot of work still for them to go. Of course, 2 days play left in this final round. Round number 7 of the West Indies Championships. And $250,000 up for grabs. Oh, what a pie to split come Saturday. Who will enjoy the pie and who will cry? That's the question in 2 days' time.
And I think when the post-mortem is concluded by most of the franchises, it'll be found wanting in a lot of areas. Leeward Islands 111 for 2. Casey Carty 19. Justin Graves 18. Michael Louis 33 and Karen Powell 31. Leeward Islands bowled out for 179. Daniel Durham And Hayden Watts Jr. with the tormentors. Durham with 6, Walsh with 3. Have to stop that, Teddy Bishop. Have to stop those balls. There has to be an awareness. You at slip, you have to be looking to catch. Even if you don't catch it, you have to stop it.
I was into the body of Worrell. He took that blow like a man, you must say, because that was well struck by Wickham.
It's got on the pads.
Well, that was into the body, up into the top part of his body, in fact. You wish they hit the pads.
Bradford 46, Wickham 17. The partnership is 28 from 59, propelled by Kevin Wickham. He's got 17 out of that 28, over completed by Bishop, and he continues his steady pace here, getting through the overs very quickly.
Another 14 minutes or so until we close out here on day number 2. 2 for Bishop, 1 for Ramon Simmons. Took that wicket some time ago. So they'll be hoping that somebody can add 1 more at least to that wickets column. Will it be Ashmead Ned?
Jamaica Scorpions 146 for 8 or 52 overs. Brian Charles, the off spinner, 5 for 68 from 21 overs. And Carey Pear 2 for 40 from 19. Kirk McKenzie top scoring so far with 57.
Just finding that energy to get them to the end of the day's play. The West Indies Academy.
Yeah, but everybody has to be in it, not some. Everybody has to be in it. They have to finish strong. And we talked about moments where they have just sort of just allowed other teams to claw right back into the game with like misfields, drop catches, caught on their heels, not paying attention, not being tight enough in their bowling lengths. Already in this innings, they've already given away 11 boundaries in a small score. Full toss. Getting caught napping. Big effort there by McKenna Clark to cut that off, but Simmons can't stop the single. 1 run coming out of that over. 106 for 3, Barbados Pride in 37 overs. Brathwaite approaching another half century in his career, first class half century.
You look at the innings of Brathwaite, it's what some might say, okay, this is what you expected. But at the same time, he still had to do it. Failed in the first innings. And at a time where his side needed their most experienced batter because of the fact that they're behind the 8 ball, needed somebody to stand out there, occupy the crease, and he'll be needed to continue to guide this innings. It's been a fantastic knock so far, 47 from him. I had 2 phases, so to speak, in this innings. Came out and put the opening bowlers off their lines, off their lengths, settled into a nice little groove, and has found its way to 47. He's relatively looked unfazed throughout this innings, even in moments where Joshua Bishop has bowled some absolute gems like that one that's gripped and turned away from the outer edge of the bat. He's remained resolute, he's remained composed. And that's what you like to see, or rather that's what you want to see from your senior pros. That's what you need to have as your example for other young guys looking on. I think back to that game versus Guyana, just here as well, at Coolidge. I think it was round 5 it was, or in fact round 4. And similar situation in the second innings. Got a good start for him. And then out of the blue, Sami Pamal tossed at one. You saw what was a shot to forget. But happy to see that he's buckled down. Happy to see that he's gone back to the Craig, the routine that we know, the run-making routine.
I think he's trying to also slow the game down here as well too. He's called for the physio. So he's maybe going through some cramps area. He's asked the umpire. And this could be some tactics to maybe try and slow the game down. Experience talking here.
Yeah, you would say over the last 6 overs or so, you realize that every other over he was just taking on some fluids, and you would say that's a little more than usual. But naturally, getting to the end of the day's play.
Stretching that left hamstring there as well too. So maybe suffering with some cramps. It's maybe another 8 minutes to go before play. I hope the West Indies Academy are paying attention, because there's a break, so they could maybe take some water out for their fielders.
A bit of running commentary from the West Indies Academy boys on whether or not anything is truly wrong with skipper Craig Brathwaite.
Yeah, but you never make those sort of gestures. Craig is up for the fight here. Their job is to get Craig out, and they have to find a way, because he's not going to give his hit away here at all. Certainly won't want to be embarrassed by the West Indies Academy in losing the final game of round 7. He maybe want to teach the youngsters a lesson. You know what happened when they defeated the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in the first game? Could that come back to haunt the Leeward Islands Hurricanes? That loss? Credit must go to Donna, who's been around this Barbados setup for well over 3 decades and counting. I think that ever since I've been around cricket, I've always seen her at the senior level. What a huge contribution that she has made in the SNC services for the Barbados senior team. Right now, she should be honored somewhere, someplace. Brathwaite is back with the action. A lot of banter going on. Barbados lead by 18 runs. So we start again. 4 deliveries bowled in this over, and Joshua Bishop will be on the money again. Driven, can't beat cover. Ricochet down to the middle of fielder in Yuan Lane. We are minutes away from closing out day 2. Maiden over completed. 106 for 3, 38 overs bowled. Bartlett approaching his 65th first class half century. He's 3 away, 47 from 97. Academy just sitting and waiting and hoping that Wickham or Brathwaite will make a mistake. You have to create pressure. You have to. Had so much time that he could be able to just get into his crease and just work this into the backward square leg area. And the pace he used there, because the ball was flatter, faster. Bartlett just getting his shoelaces tied by Jordan Johnson. Sorry, Kevin Wickham. Also playing little mind games as well. Drag down. Just steer down to the backward point area. Single to the Barbados captain. Takes him up to 48.
Quite interesting that he actually opted to play at that one. It was dragged down by Ned and had to find himself reaching for that one, Brathwaite. Pulled out quite late out of that one, Kevin Wickham.
Maybe just a fly coming across, cause some distraction. No breeze here. Late in the afternoon here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. On drive. This time he doesn't get a boundary. Over completed. 39 overs bowled. And Barbados are 108 for 3.
It'll be interesting to see what happens here, because it was at this stage yesterday that the two umpires came together, had a conversation, and opted to go off.
I think the light is a lot better than yesterday, in fairness. With just 3 overs to go, they might maybe just want to meet around and try and get them in. But you never know. Bishop continuing. Barbados leading by 20 runs in the process. the end of the day, Simmons would certainly need a nice bat and a rub down. He's had a good run out himself. Bartlett back into his concentration mood, trying to make sure that the ball does not hit his pad, making sure he gets his bat in front of his pad, especially to Joshua Bishop. He understands the importance of his wicket. Turned, gets his 49th run. Simmons can't stop the single. It brings Wickham back into strike. He's been on 18 for a very long time, Joel. 18 from 40.
Yeah, pretty much shut the shot, Wickham. Capitalising on what were just a few bad deliveries from Ned, and since then it's just been concentrating. Playing exactly like that. Ensuring that he's here tomorrow for his side.
4 boundaries in that 18. Sandflies taking a toll on the umpires. This could be the last over for the, but we don't have the umpires watch. Driven. Can't beat him. So umpires walk up. It is 6:03 according to our watch, and they have called it. So, summarized scores: Barbados Pride 155, 39.5 overs. West Indies Academy 243, 61.3. Barbados Pride 109 for 3 of 40 overs. They lead by 21 runs. The Barbados Pride captain is knocked out on 49, approaching his 65th first-class half-century. 49 from 103 balls. Kevin Wickham is on 18 from 43. But Joshua Bishop has bowled excellently. 2 for 11 from some 12 overs. And the game is set up nicely here. So on behalf of the entire team here, Mally Richards, Joel Manning, I'm Vernon A. Springer alongside Jason and our camera guy. We say thanks to all the folks who participated in the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel comments area and who are viewing us today. We thank you very much for supporting West Indies cricket. We'll be back tomorrow morning to bring you more live ball-by-ball commentary, and so you can be able to view us. Thanks very much to all the folks for the day. I want to be able to give a special thank you to the groundsmen here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. They indeed have done an excellent job. That's it this evening from the 360 team.